Destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them! Are you kidding?
Each round, only one of them's been.
Oh my god!
Oh, that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it!
What? Kind of like see that, but oh my god, not again!
Behind and retaliates still, but he has to call.
Stop it!
We are now at the last day of the VCT MYSG Split 1. I'm Tash, but alongside Yolo Lee. Surprise, I'm back on the desk.
I mean, what's that to be surprised about is, I guess you could say, one of the most expected. And actually, I'm really happy about this as well. It's been a while since we had this tango together as well.
We have a fist bump first.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh,
you
yeah.
got that one
Here
right
we
for sure. But of
go.
course, like what Tosh said as well, this is the last, not just the last week, but the last day of the group stages as well. So we have 4 teams has already gave their all to get the necessary points in the standing, but 4 remains, and today is going to be the one to dictate where they actually stand.
I feel like I've lost or missed out on a lot of action. If we were to recap what happened this week, it was a lot of unexpected turns and twists and everything else we need to do. But before we talk about that, let's have a look at how the format for today is going to be.
Greetings, challengers! So good to have you joining us once again for another year of VCT Malaysia Singapore. 2023 marks the first installation of the split system, namely Split 1 and Split 2. Each split will primarily consist of a Challengers Qualifier, Challengers League, and Challengers Playoff. Now, let's jump into the breakdown. Split 1 will start off with the Challengers Qualifier to obtain the top 4 teams via a double elimination bracket who will proceed to the Challengers League. They will be seeded with the 4 directly invited teams, Bleed Esports, Enigma Gaming, Toda, and X10 Esports to compete in a round-robin format. The 6 teams with the highest placements at the end of the league will move on to the Challengers Playoff as well as qualifying for Split 2's Challengers League, whereas the bottom 2 teams will be up for relegation. In the Challengers Playoff, teams will play a double elimination bracket for that sweet chunk of 25,000 USD. Now, let's head into Split 2. Similarly with Split 1, there will be a Challengers Qualifier to obtain the top 2 teams. The 2 teams from Split 2 Challengers Qualifier will join the bottom 2 teams from Split 1 Challengers League to battle it out in the relegation promotion bracket. It will be a 4 teams GSL bracket whereby the top 2 teams will be promoted to Split 2 Challengers League, joining the other 6 teams from Split 1. In the Challengers League, these 8 teams will once again engage in a round-robin table in order to obtain the top 6 teams who will move on to Split 2's playoff. The top 6 teams will now go through a double elimination bracket where the winner gets a direct invite to the Pacific Ascension Tournament. In this phase of the tournament, the top teams from the other Pacific domestic leagues will compete against one another for a slot in the international leagues.
So for anyone who just missed out that rundown, that's pretty much all we have. And let's be honest, a lot of big plans for all of our VALORANT enthusiasts as well throughout this entire year that we have.
Yeah, it's really exciting when you look at it. I've been all over Twitter and I'm seeing teams reforming, new teams coming through, new pickups as well. And I'm really already excited for Split 2. But before we go into Split 2, we have to finish off Split 1 as well. So coming back what I was talking about before we went into break, let's talk a little bit about the standings. Now, last week, or rather this week, we've saw one of the most plot twists of all time. We saw 2 zeros from teams that we did not expect to win against bigger teams. But what are your thoughts on it?
Honestly, right, let's be honest, right? It's a lot of, with these new rosters and new teams and new orgs coming into the mix as well, there were moments of great euphoria, but also at the same time, a lot of turmoil because there were teams and certain expectation to be made, especially with some bigger names like Enigma, Bleed especially. I think there were at one point, everyone already somewhat expected that Bleed Esports would have ended their run in the group stages without having dropped a single series.
Match,
However, Enigma, they came in hard and really really made Blade a run for their money. Let's be honest, their scoreline each on 3 of those games was so close, it literally almost became a perfect 13-10, except for that one game, which was 13-9. But just as close.
Honestly, Enigma has been the team that really caught me off guard. I understood that Enigma has been a name in the Valorant scene for a long time, but them trying to invest in our region really is starting to see that value on how exactly these players are doing. I mean, we talked about the Doctor, one of the legends here in Malaysia.
Of course.
And I feel like now with this team and this organization, we really see him truly bloom.
I mean, it's not just Enigma from India. We also have X10 from Thailand, one of the oldest organizations in the Valorant scene as well, having their eye on the prize. And of course, one of the original members from X10 when they're at their prime was, of course, Scary, who's currently playing as one of the players in one of the lineup rosters in Bleed Esports.
It's so interesting to see these changes come through, right? But let's talk a bit about what we're going to see on Series 1. So X10 and Team Path.
Wow.
And X10, if I could describe them, well-oiled machine, clean plays, but we saw a very interesting moment where it was a 1v3 with Styron.
Yep.
Yeah, we remember that happening. So I think for X10 today, one thing I noticed about them is that every single mistake they made, they're going to patching it up. And I can expect some really clean gameplay from them today. But Team Path, they always talk of themselves like the underdog, the team that's just trying their best. But they have some magic death moments too.
Yeah, I mean, of course, and then the best part about it as well, despite being a new org towards the beginning, starting late last year, they have actually made quite some growth and strides in their games and garnered quite the achievement for themselves. And although, yes, they are currently at the bottom ladder here of the standings, but that doesn't really mean it's a really bad thing either. To gain the opportunity to play against such veterans, such experienced players that have not only been to VCT or has even played in the internationals before, that experience is literally priceless for Team Path.
Yeah, I mean, like for Team Path, I always talk about this with the other casters, is that the lack of experience has been one of their massive, I would say, obstacles. So coming into this tournament, we're starting to see them trying to adapt mid-round, trying to adapt every single game. And on top of that, when you see them changes, you can see the changes in terms of their organization. But let's talk a little bit more about X10. Now, we remember like for Crisania, Vera, Egoist, Neff, and Temps, they also have one more sub, Fane as well. These players are by no means new. They are a new team, but the formation of these team together has been great for them because these are all experienced players here in VCT MYSG. Some of them have gone pretty far, I believe.
Yeah, not just far as well. They even made a name for themselves, despite some of the players actually started just last year as they made their debut. Egoist in particular, possibly one of the few oldest members that they have in this roster here, he has been not in touch with Valorant for a relatively long time. Like in the beginning, he was great. Suddenly he took a break. Then when he came back, people was concerned. Even his Twitter post, he has not posted until much recently when he came back to the scene.
And I think what was even more funny was the fact that he was supposed to be a sub first. Like if you look at the list, he was supposed to be a sub. And I thought Fane was going to be playing me. And Fane played one game, I believe. And then Egoist came in. No, Fane wasn't around. Egoist came in and then he just stayed because he's just doing so well. Man is cracked.
And the crazy thing about it is Egoist, despite the name, I feel like he should deserve more self-esteem here because that guy can really play despite having taken that quite long of a break. But of course, enough talk about X10. Let's quickly talk a little bit about Team Pop, that contender. You've seen some of them as well as they did make some play. Kai, let's be honest here, right? Besides his Valorant gameplay, I think he's a really great guy to go out with karaoke sometimes.
Oh, karaoke, hanging out. You should go to his streams. Very fun guy too. But in general, if you look at Kai as an IGL, I think that he has given so much value for the team. You can really see, especially in the way they play, and you can see how Kai is giving those comms.
Correct.
He's very, very attentive. Now, I think for Team Path, in this split alone, they've made some pretty huge changes.
Yes.
From the change to their IGL, from the pickup to their coach, and now a new duelist. And I'm thinking that at first when I saw their team very, very new and very raw, I was like, okay, it's gonna be a bit hard, but the new pickups onto Toggle, onto, I would say, onto Click as well, those teams that have played, or those players who have played competitive experiences, can actually give them that value. And you're starting to see like these pickups are really helping them in terms of understanding how the game works, understanding how to play as a team, and most importantly, giving them that confidence as they go through every round.
And the best part about about it is that one of the biggest concerns that I have, especially I think not just me, I think for most people as well, when you see a new org or new teams coming to the scene, especially group stages as well, you tend to question the smaller things like how the team synergy is going to be happening. How do they really play, or how well are they able to play off each other?
Yeah.
Yes, they're great individually. Team-wise, also just as fine. Although yes, there are really strong teams that we have in the group stage as it is. But there's nothing to worry as they are able to adjust accordingly as well, which I think is also pretty great. But of course, head-to-head is none other than Egoist and Boogie himself,
Okay.
both Sentinel main.
Sentinel, but Boogie also did play Flex. He has played a few
Reyna?
Rays and Reynas. So, but the thing is, Egoist is still going to be having that higher ACS because we know how cracked he is. I think that if you want to talk about Sentinels, Egoist has been a lot of value for his team. In so many situations, we see him holding the area all alone, the side all alone, especially on defense. Great for lurks as well. And I think that his holds on defense has been one of the greatest I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Even though it's like a 5-man hit and he's him alone, he still manages to get 2 or 3 picks at the same time. Now, when you look onto the other side of the coin, Boogie, I would say that he is a great Sentinel, but even greater when on attack because you put Boogie on this lurk situation, and he does so good in not only gaining information but buying time.
Yeah, I mean, of course. And the thing is this, right, Egoist, although yes, his ACS is definitely higher, there is somewhat of a reason for it, and this does come from his previous gameplay style when he was playing alongside with Paper Rex and SMG at the time, which were very aggressive teams, and they were going against the likes of other teams like Bleed Esports, Paper Rex at the time, Kingsman, where timing was impeccable at that series of the VCT. So everyone had to be fast-paced, everyone has to be on point. So unquestionable to understand why his ACS is just as high. But Boogie, of course, making quite the strides for himself. But let's quickly check out the map selection itself. Both teams like Ascent, by the way.
Yeah, they both teams are actually really good at Ascent, but Split and Fracture out of the way. I'm actually really disappointed. I really like Split in general.
Split game.
I love Split. I think that the new changes to Split has made it a little bit more easier to attack. And I feel like whenever I am personally playing, attacking doesn't feel as painful. If you look at more pro plays here, you're seeing a lot more teams struggle on defense compared to before. But now it's going to be Icebox and Ascent, as you mentioned before. It's going to be these two maps. I think between these two teams are going to be somewhat, in terms of experience, both teams have almost the same experience. But I would have to say that for Ascent, we've seen X10 play on some pretty good maps, but Path choosing Ascent might just play homage to the other day when they X10 actually lost.
Correct.
Yeah, so this might be a reason why they chose Ascent. Maybe they've done their homework. Maybe they've kind of figured out what exactly is the game style and gameplay to beat.
The thing is, it's not surprising for me to see Team Path actually locking in Ascent for themselves. What actually surprised me the most is the fact that X10 actually opt for a map which is one of their most banned maps, regardless of which team they're actually facing so far. So this actually tends to back the question, how well would they fare against Team Path? Why now would they want to reveal the existence of Icebox against Team Path here in this case here?
Personally, I think it's more of a confidence issue at this point because against the bigger teams, you know how much value that these teams can do, the teams can actually do.
Correct.
But when you are against Team Path, a team that's fairly inexperienced, you feel like, okay, we've been banning this, but I feel like on this map in particular, we haven't shown any of our strats just yet because we've banned it the whole time.
Correct.
So technically, we can use that to our advantage. But for like Haven or even Fracture, when you think about it, like we've seen Team Path play on Fracture, and Team Path didn't fare too well.
Yeah, it wasn't really one of their best runs, and even their most best map, which is Ascent, they haven't really found great success so far.
It's always like really, really close rounds.
Correct.
If they were to win that map, it's not like I haven't really seen Team Path have that, I would say, that dominating or a more clean win in particular.
Like the thing is that they will try to assert dominance, they will attempt it as well. It's just that the fact that the team just knows how to hold their role, whether they're on the defending side or going for those retakes. But the thing is this, right? When it came to the map selection, I really thought the order would have been a little bit more different. Like for example, X10 actually opted to go for Pearl. I thought Pearl was one of the
They're
best
so good
high
at
win
Pearl.
rate. Exactly.
Yeah.
And then Team Path will actually try to opt for I guess you could say a punishing map, which would have been Icebox.
Right.
But the order just totally switched in. And I'm like, okay, this is interesting, this is new.
I mean, it's very different than what you expect from Team Path, at least. I think that they're going for something that they're a little bit more familiar with. I mean, if you saw all their map picks, so it's been Heaven, Ascent, they don't really opt for those. It's very contrasting to Toda. If you remember, Toda likes those really newer, very creative maps, and I think it suits their playstyle. And a lot of teams are like, okay, when we're against Toda, ban the creative maps. And if we're against Team Path, choosing a map that's more familiar, they're always going to choose for familiar maps. And as a bigger team, we've played for a long time. It's not really a map that we're fairly inexperienced with. We can actually deal with Path on those maps.
I mean, definitely for sure. But of course, now with the map selection has already been underway. Now let's quickly check out the agent selection. So far they have been really solid when it comes to agent composition. Not much changes so far, unlike some of the other teams that we have been seeing, who's been really open to the idea of just switching things up once in a while.
I like that harbor
pick. That is finally it.
I love that
That's
harbor
the one
pick.
we're looking for. Although
Yes.
I am concerned, okay, it could be anything. I think if any team hover over harbor, I would have been a little bit concerned, but this is X10 we're talking about. This is Naft we're talking about.
Let's be real here. DRX set that standard when they first picked harbor on Icebox.
True.
And they made a statement play. And with Crisanya running here with that Viper, it's almost the same combination that we saw DRX play against what team did they play against? Was it NRG?
NRG.
It was NRG. So I would say that I am fairly certain it's going to be that. And I've already kind of like micro-analyzed how exactly DRX played it, on how exactly it comes to the timing. The question is whether or not X10 can get that same value, because the way DRX played it was down to a T in terms of knowing when exactly the Viper wall goes down and where exactly to drop that wave, or rather the E from Nev in that will cover one side of B. So it becomes a sort of like a V, either covering mid or covering Snowman. So let's see how exactly it's going to go. We know Thames is a great Sova and Egoist. I'm surprised that he's opting for the Killjoy instead of the what's it called? The Cypher.
No, the thing is, because we are still talking about the map of Icebox as well. So we are still talking about the standard composition. Let's be honest, Killjoy and everything are considered standard picks when it comes to the map of Icebox.
I'm surprised that they're opting for a no Sage.
No, which comes with a really interesting thing, right? Because there's a lot of screens, or literally a lot of screens coming out from X10. Yes, they may not have the wall. However, you do have a little bit of flexibility and versatility when it comes to having Harbor in your lineup.
That makes sense.
Like you said, a lot more V.
Right? Yeah, the Cove as well.
A lot of Cove, a lot of V formation, I guess you can say, when it comes to the screening.
Yeah.
But in this case here, I'm a little bit concerned because when it comes to Viper and Harbor, they are not really considered like the best smokers. I guess you could say they're not really considered proper smokers. But with the map of Icebox and how aggressive
it's built, right?
It's built for aggression, and they actually allow and love the aggression coming from players here.
Yeah.
We won't see much from Chamber because we know Chamber, God bless. Rest in peace.
I mean, yay on Chamber still good. I'm just saying.
I know that it depends on the map, right? Like it really depends on the map. Like I think Fracture Chamber still works. Pearl, he used to be one of the best picks on Pearl because he just handles long so absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
But Sally's gone too.
I mean, we're gonna have to see how it goes. But I'm really excited because I remember the night that we saw DRX play. Crisanya did watch at the same time. So I'm curious to see, in terms of what they have in mind here, what are they going to do? Do they have their timing in check? Or is this something that they want to experiment in this particular situation? Regardless, for Team Path, I'm sure that they have something in mind as well. We know that Kai is always in there in terms of trying to give their team the pep talk, I would say the call-outs. But I really want to see Team Path do some magic. I mean, for X10, we see them as a well-oiled machine. And in the beginning, I thought of them as too rigid. But as time went by, it felt like they were a lot more loose. And this is where I think that whenever they're finding that sweet spot between playing well and being flexible, it might be something that Team Path has to watch out for.
And the best part about it as well, I think when it comes to composition as well, Tash, I think this is the kind of situation where we just have to watch and learn as we go here. Because there are a lot of new things and a lot of new tactics that we can actually try to utilize in some of these maps. However, just look at the composition on Team Path. You definitely know for sure, especially since they're taking the attack, starting on the attacking side, they're going to be having a lot more aggression compared to the X10. However, depends on who's able to read who's first and who's able to keep silence on their tactics. And it seems like they're already showcasing their intention.
Yep, come through here, Toggle. Huge, big pick onto Crisanya. Now, no more Viper wall, but the Sage wall is going to allow Path at least a safe plant coming through. We haven't really seen that that Harbor wall from Nef, so I'm guessing it wasn't the same strat as DRX as I suspected. Coming through here, Kai Huge, Vera. The big pick, we know that he can actually get those picks if he wants to, but his location has been compromised and Toggle punishes him for it. A different kind of wall just to kind of put away the yellow side. Sage and Ugo is big trades from each other as champs come through here. It's still 2 versus 2. Sage from one side, 50 HP. Wrath is so very low. Wrath picks one off, and now we're down to 1v1. Wrath and Temps both very low, but they hear the defuse sound running through. Wrath has built up by time, but Temps has no time. So at this point, Wrath doing well.
The thing
By
is,
some time.
the thing is, I guess you could say in some cases, it's somewhat to be expected to see this kind of result because this is the pistol round, and when it comes to the wall, the ice wall coming from Sage, it's so difficult. And I mean, it's so difficult to break down that wall in round 1 with the pistols alone here. But then again, I did see some really great way they actually interacted with the Harbor walls. Right? They actually managed to push all the way up, get a lot of covers. And I mean, a lot of covers. Way more than you're supposed to be expecting for that retake here. They managed to hold their own. But of course, in the end, Team Path played it smart, played it very objectively, run down the time with it, and they was able to take out the round, but not without a prize.
Aggression coming through from Path. Also see a force, honestly, onto Toggle. They really want to try and run away with this as much as they can onto yellow. Very typical standard take here. Once again, let's see how exactly Crisania can do this beautifully done by Toggle long range onto Temps. And that's beautiful positioning when you think about it. Gives so much angles and value on the top of the Viper wall. Regardless, there's still time for X10. Gotta figure out how to actually breach that wall. We're gonna expect maybe perhaps a very offensive, explosive play. Just waiting out all those utils to come through here. The sprays onto the Harbor wave. And just waiting for it to come down. 2 of them there, beautiful, as they wait for the util down. This is a great situation. It's a trade on trade on trade. Ego is for one more person to worry about. Vera, 1 versus 2. Can he actually get those picks is the question. With only a Sheriff in hand, no pops is gonna be happening. And it's gonna be moving on to the bonus for X10.
Which is really great. So far, Team Power was the teams at the current moment was able to bring such value in the early stage of the game here as well. Really have those utilizing slow burns and running down that clock. And despite, yes, a little bit of disparities, you know, it was an eager round for them as well against the SMGs in that close quarter situation. Is definitely not the most ideal situation, but it did manage to do a decent amount of damage. So not all the members in Team Path was not able to have a sustained flow in terms of economy for their savings. But then again, this is the bonus round. This is the true challenge round task where all rifle is available here. Let's see whether X10 is able to come on the top or Team Path will deny them again during this bonus round.
We saw just now that Team Path actually lost some guns. So you can see that it's not going to be full buys, at least for Team Path. We see half shields, we see a Guardian, but Wrath has done magic with that Guardian. The taps have been so good, but it's going to be a change of pace for Team Path this time. Running out for B, they're going for A this time. They do hear the turret on one side. So I think that for them, getting that information on where exactly everyone's going to be is going to be huge. Wall up just to isolate the other side. Crisania and Egoist 1 each. Huge value as well because of that Vipers for the snake bite. Still 1 more to worry about. Boogie gets 1 in return. So very low, but a very clean round for X10. And perhaps this might be the momentum giver.
This is exactly what we're looking for as well. Just clean, straight up Valorant right there. Go for picks. They have a really great positioning for the angles, for the crossfire as well as they held their own. And all they really just utilized in terms of utility isn't really that much. And like you said, not much weaponry in terms of armor as well on the side of Team Path. They were a little bit on the disparities, despite winning during the second round after the pistols here. But right now, that is going to force Team Path back on the eco round. All shares all around here. Only 1 platoon with a full armor, but if Toggle was able to get that nice ultimate off, or even 1 pick off, he will have the Blade Storm, and that's going to ensure such a massive power spike here in round number 4 itself.
Yeah, we've seen some head pop in moments from Toggle. But for X10, so long as they keep away from him, they might deny him that ultimate. Crisania, huge pick onto Wrath. No Sage, no walls, no heal, no slow. might just kind of stop this post-plant situation coming through here. But for X10, I think denying that the plant might be the best case scenario. Regardless, Owl drone out. Does he get the value here? He does mark 1. Egoist not reacting, but Vera does immediately find Kai. Look how fast Thames is moving as well. The movement, the explosion comes through here. Another tag! And Crisania finds one. Sage pops! Tense. But Crisania with 3. Oh my god. You can see how, I would say, how structured they're playing. No movement until any information is relayed and they immediately pop out from it.
Very objective coming in from X10 as well. They understand what's their win conditioning here. Doesn't require them to go anymore, go really quite the distance here in their gameplay. They're very comfortable with this, holding all these angles as well. And the thing is, Team Power wasn't really having the best of weaponry in that round, so they already somewhat expected they will not be facing too much aggression. However, now it's a little bit different here. Toggle definitely saving up. Definitely doesn't really, honestly, just bought whatever utility he has to have, but don't have to worry about weaponry as he has the Blade Storm. Agents like Jet economy doesn't really matter against agents like Jets as well. So as long as you get the frags, you get such a high execution skill able to be used. However, instantly denied by Vera.
Huge pick by Vera, playing an aggressive corner. Gonna get the high risk, high reward play here that he wanted. And with this, he also has the Blade Storm here. Vera for 2, huge. Sage, don't want to pick one by one onto Vera. Want to see more team play if possible from Path if they want to try and get these value onto Vera if possible. But Crisania reposition, and now the quiet comes through. No idea where the other members of Team Path are. Look how separated they are. Kai playing mid. This is a very standard play by Path before Boogie finally gets that value onto Neff. At least one more wall less.
Oh, man.
Here comes the lock down at the same time. Crisania to the side! And Boogie takes Crisania down. We're seeing a lot of these situations where they just bump bodies, but the first one to react will be winning here. It's gonna be Boogie in this situation. They have to respect that lockdown just now. No one moving in. They wanted to rush through, but they were punished for it. Still a 3 versus 3. Finally, in this situation, after 3 rounds, or 2 rounds rather, for Path, they get that lockdown down. They finally get that value in terms of planting that spike. But for the rest of Team Path, being very, very meticulous and just very, very late in just taking that side. But look at Vera with 3. The aggression comes through. He's so very low. Egoist one more. Just one final member to work with. Kai spots out one, takes him out, has to get the isolate if possible. Here's the defuse, but 2 people shooting at him. Not gonna help out, but it's gonna be a clean round once again. Not super clean though. 2 left. But still, pretty good by X10.
It was so great as well. And the thing is, I love the fact that actually X10 faked that out. They know as well time is slowly running out, and they know for sure that Team Power member, or Kai in particular, he knows for sure that, okay, the minute they actually go for this pick, this defuse, he has to go for that swing. He has absolutely no choice. Especially there's two members remaining. But X10, they're fine with it. They went for the fake and instantly prepped. 2 men literally lining up perfectly with that 2-man firing squad, literally removing Kai. But I think in the initial phase, I think Team Power had a really nice slow pace of the round. Although yes, they did lose Vera. Sorry, not Vera. They lost Toggle relatively early.
Yeah.
But they did manage to read. And the same thing, they ran him again, and they won't be able to pick him off.
At this point, you have to really watch out for Vera. Those early picks have been very detrimental for Path, but Temps, oh my god, with the Hunter's Fury, Crisania, Vera, Egoist, 1 each. This is a very, very fast round, flawless on top of that. And I think at this situation, I think that we have to see Team Path play together. You cannot counter Vera just like by picking 1 by 1.
And the worst part about it is that Vera just knows exactly what he will be doing. Just utilizing like how he would be, where would he be positioning, how he's going to be tackling the side as the attacking, preps for the situation and playing on that audio cue, get those pickup. I'm also, the first one was expected. The second one in particular, I thought, my god, that was literally a clean pickup on Sage, and I think that really was detrimental to their entire plan. The first kill was really slowing momentum. Now that literally sealed the deal.
No one gets tagged by that recon, and Sage does at least get 1 value. You see the immediate rotations come through here, but 2 more still holding on to B. Look at how many utils are on B. Temps, huge, finds Boogie, Wrath punishes Vera finally, but Nev gets the trade. Beautifully done by the team, but the Viper's pit from Kai will at least deny them that information or that area. Kai finds Temps in the end of the day. Kai playing inside of the pit. We know that his pit can be very, very spicy. Beside him, Egoist, a great counter to the Viper's pit will always be that lockdown as Crisania pushes out, finds path. Crisania gets one more one trade. A 2-for-1 situation. And the Viper's pit out of the way, and it's going to be a really, really easy situation for the defuse. Crisania gets it to half. Can he actually gets it to the end? He does! No! Oh, man. A little bit too far out as Toggle's timing was just not there.
Crisania, how are you doing this? Tosh, excuse me, how is he doing this? He jumps in blind into the Viper pit. He has absolutely no idea what's happening there. No vision, no info. Just jumps in and picks off 2 members, gets the defuse and ends the round with a 3rd. This guy is literally on crack. What? How is he allowed it? This is literally, Tosh, literally daytime robbery. He just walked away without any form of penalties.
Yep, no punishment as well. I'm just waiting for this. And Crisania will answer with his own Viper's pit. And I'm curious to see whether or not they are going to be... Yep, no challenge, but that pick onto Vera is huge. And this is what Kai has been doing, going in for the lurk either from mid and on B. For now, 5 HP left, barely surviving by the skin of his teeth here. But I think for the rest of his teammates, I think going to B might be the best idea. He does get at least a reset there from his teammate. It's gonna be Wrath, but look at where Neff is. Does he know that Neff is waiting? He spots out the gun barrel, but Kai faster. Unfortunately, Neff wasn't able to hit the head. And a spot out with the Owl Drone onto Crisania. Gonna make him sort of move away for now, but look at Egoist. Moving on down to B, because they are very confident that Crisania is able to hold down the A with no problem at all. But time ticking, 40 seconds left. I think it's going to be explosive play onto the site. And here we go, that's a huge one. Wrath already planting. We heard the updraft as well. Dash forward as Temps does find Toggle. The usual spot he goes to, which is at yellow. But he does get a revive. That's huge. A reload. And it's just coming through as Temps. They're just going to try and wait out the Viper's wall here. No movement and denial of information is not going to allow extend the movement just yet. Toggle! Beautiful movement to the left side, just sidestepping that Viper's snake bite. Not got for 2, but Wrath is there for the trade. And I think this is the best round yet for Team Path.
Wow, that just... And the thing is, finally Team Path, the slow burns are really putting into gear towards extend. They're really finding a really hard time, not much intel. Despite knowing that the Viper pit is like, I guess you could say in a way, clear indication that that site is instantly locked down. Team Path chooses not to challenge that as expected. What didn't really take into account of Vera was the fact that how prepared Kai was, already anticipating, reading the fact that there might be a potential push forward. He got one and then followed up with the second one. That instantly removed all the defenders there was on that B.
I think at this point, Extend really needs to have a lookout, keep an eye out on Kai. Because if you've noticed, him getting that value from those lurks is huge. And this time, look at how many people they put on mid here. It's 2 this time. And they're not allowing Kai to get away with that. Kai goes, ooh, it's a good trade, but without Neff, it's going to be a different situation. At least less one cove, less one wave. This wall from the Viper is doing and giving them value as Path is just waiting for it to go down. Because if they know, that's exactly what happens. If they were to push through, that decay gives them all the value they need as Crisania picks off 2. Boogie finds 1, trades out. 3 versus 1, nah, not gonna be happening.
Oh man, like the thing is like, they had confidence initially, especially when Kai managed to spot out 2 members towards that mid side. It was a clear indication where they were like, all right, that's great. I picked up 1, although yes, I got traded back, but that's a lot of intel. There's 2% towards the mid area. Let's try to get towards that A, which then didn't come to courtesy of Crisania. Great utilization utility. The screen wasn't really much of an issue for them. It was that snake bite. They spotted that area there, instantly slowed down the momentum. They cannot swing to the left side because there's just not enough time for the reinforcement there.
Oh, aggressive push out here. Extend looking to punish the aggressive and fast explosive play. Toggle does by 1, Wrath finds 1 in return. Crisania gets 1, but it's not going to be much. because Boogie finds Tristanya's hit. And this one, I'm really liking the fact that they managed to read how Path plays, and Path is anticipating that read. It's working out so much in their favor. Vera has the op. They have to be careful. Vera can pop heads. Egoist as well. They are going for that post plant. For now, Kai on the site, you hear those exactly where the op is. Toggle, huge updraft, finds Vera. Egoist finds one. Egoist finds two. We see Egoist do this magic before. Yup, it is vital. For now, we see Boogie and Kai, they hear those shots come out just to clear out those utils from Boogie. Those long-range ones, and Boogie seals the deal. Great Thrifty coming through here. It was a huge Thrifty. They were planning on aggression for that.
The thing is, it was so expensive. You must understand how expensive that round was, in particular for Extend. Operators, they went for full buys. And each of those rounds, they didn't really end it on a flawless one or really have 4 men standing. They had losses. Although, yes, savings for some of the members are still sustaining. But the rest of the squad did get hit really hard. Although, and the best part about it was that, like, literally coming out for Raph, he literally played around with the wall that was being made by Neff's Harbor and played around with it and made it work in his benefit. So really great stuff to get to the site itself. And especially with Crisania dead early, they know nothing's going to stop him.
Oh, Kai barely gets out of there alive.
I can't even believe he's actually lived.
Yeah. He gets tagged out so early by the Owl drone. And Egoist as well. Huge pickoffs here. And now Path, and I think they've been liking this slow pace, this slow burn, as you mentioned. It's been working out in their favor. Go for that one pick and then explode onto a site. Now again, you remember what happened with that particular screen coming in from Crisania. They cannot walk through it. They have to either get Crisania out the way, get the information, displace him, or they have to swing out together to not allow Crisania to get those picks. Because that DK has done so much work for him.
It has.
Huge onto Vera, gonna allow that early picks, immediately gonna wall off screens by some times and give them a lot of information. You can see Sage, did you see where Sage walled himself onto there? It's a very interesting location where he's put himself. Unfortunately, the Hunter's Fury does not get any tags, and you can see the Reckoning come through. The Reckoning is gonna give them all the information they need. Displaces Wrath, picks off two Crisania, huge way to use that ultimate. That fake onto the rope will actually just buy some time. They probably don't know he was on. The sprays come out. Kai, a little bit smarter there. Stops that defuse. I think they've still managed to get it to half. And the lockdown does find one detained here as Boogie finds Egoist, punishing them for actually pushing forward. 7 bullets onto Boogie. They're running out of time. What can XN do here? Maybe just go for a pick. They hear Boogie trying to find that off angle. Not happening. As Neff running out forward. Punished. That's the end of that.
Oh man, great diligence coming from Kai. I love that the fact that he just somewhat understands that X10 members are committed. Their priorities are always set in stone, allowing him to just spray through. Doesn't matter if no one is there or not or reveals the location, he doesn't care. He just wants to take that chance. And so much success about Crisania. When the minute that man plants his feet on the ground, Lee will definitely deliver. I don't know how much damage he has been doing for the past few rounds so far, but Team Path, on the other hand, able to adjust and adapt to the various tactics that Exton has been throwing upon them and just making it work. The slow burns are really ensuring that they're actually winning those rounds. But now, another drop with the Viper's Pit, a couple of pre-fire tags, Toggle gets tagged instead, and that's going to slowly keep him at bay. But then again, he hasn't really spotted Vera. I think that's the most important thing. They have not enough intel to play around with. They're still playing default, exactly what Team Power has been doing for the past few rounds. But the same goes for X10. Both sides completely blinded from the intention that these two teams are trying to utilize against each other. But that alarm bot is definitely going to be a clear indication on how and whether Vera is able to prepare to counter against it.
Toggle displaced, and he's doing the same usual movement, and it's read perfectly by Vera. And honestly, at this point, I really question whether or not Toggle should be playing the same thing over and over again. Because we know one thing about X10 is that if they get a read on you, they will punish you for it. And Vera has been punishing Toggle so many times. Wrath eating up that damage, gonna get a heal onto himself here, and that Viper's Pit will at least buy some time. Shots are out. Vera just trying to get lucky. He does! And it's on to Kai! It was just sprays coming through Path. in trouble right now. All their positions have been compromised as the updraft from Vera gets him 3, Temps over 1 more. And this is a very clean, perfect round by X10. And I have to say, just because of Vera's sprays is looking so good. And X10 ending the half with the 7-5, not the worst way to go.
The worst part, the thing is, the best part about it was not really Vera picking off that early pickup on the jet. They were already in the side. They didn't really have the entry anymore further forward. The problem was the fact that they were prepped and understand that, okay, a wall is going to be coming. They had 2 members already positioned at an angle to break that wall, and with rifles in hand, 2 Vandals nonetheless broke it so swiftly. They had literally no choice but to back off. Screams was down, everything was off cooldown, and that's when it literally came into a battle of attrition, which was not favorable for for Team Path, who was on the attacking side. X10 choked Team Path's member in that situation. Without that wall, there was nothing to ensure their security for that round.
Look at how proactive Team Path are right now. Once that mid control as Temps get 1 Crisania as well, we know that these 2 players are head poppers. Huge for them. Regardless, Vera now onto tubes. No one spotted out just yet. No one spotted out by that recon. And for now, and I really like this fact that you just go forward, get those picks perfectly done, and now you can just kind of move away. Boogie is going to go for that punish. He does get 1-2, actually. Boogie, huge. A great reset and a reposition gives him 3. Can he get 4 is the question. Yup. No, not happening. Egoist stops his rampage as Kai finds 1 more. 2, one-on-one situation. Kai gets the head. Egoist was just too low, and a perfect gun round here for Team Path. And I think this is exactly what they needed for their confidence. Boogie was huge that round. He was the hero, honestly. Let's have a look at that again.
Oh, dude, he was dancing. Like, he made them dance. They didn't even know that he actually was already pushing so far forward and so silently as well. Such a silent killer. Coming to Boogie.
I'm getting deja vu from last night from the from the Team Secret versus Na'Vi. Envy did something similar as well. That one was a sheriff, not a ghost, though.
You should have seen the one with Styron. My God, that 1v4.
Oh, yeah, that was a farm. But let's have a look here as Vera does find Path. Huge.
I
pop
can't
off.
even. That's so massive.
It is massive, but let's have a look here as well. You have a look at Boogie. He does have a bulldog in his hands. Kai did not buy a weapon, and Toggle's going to be doing a running gun here. No anti-ecos from X10. I was sort of expecting the anti-eco, but I guess they are very confident and would rather go for those rifles instead. The damage they've done with rifles has been huge. Look at how they do this wave coming in from the beautifully done setup. The Sage for 3, run and gun onto Toggle, and the aggression comes through. Perfectly done. They did lose only 1, and I'm liking this more aggressive and confidence coming in from Path. 7-7.
How is this happening? Every single time on the A side, someone is going to be delivering, and in this case, it was Sage himself. He just held and hit fire with that Spectre to get all 3. 33 HP to survive that. 33! Although yes, despite the cascade was everything well placed coming in from Neft and everyone as well, I think you couldn't ask for a more swifter entry into the site despite being on an eco round as well. But that hole was absolutely phenomenal coming in from Team Path. A very aggressive forward coming in from Tower. He did try to attempt to make use of that aggression to get a nice easy picking, or at least did some form of damage, but he get tagged instead. A lot of intel, a lot of noise is happening here on the side of A here, Taj, but only 1 player is keeping an eye towards their rear guard, but Tams was able to get a nice free pickup.
I'm really liking the fact that X10 is playing very disciplined this time. Gonna wait off those utilities, gonna wait off the slows. They don't have to rush this. They have all the time in the world. Now, with 1 mid here, Boogie is just gonna hold onto the area.
Correct.
Not gonna allow any person just push through the area onto screens as well. Now, without Toggle, this is where the problem is for the team. No quick explosive plays, no entry means that, like it or not, sorry, the other way around. Without Toggle, no explosive pickoffs onto the team early. As quickly as possible, Vera, here we go. The explosive push onto the site, just waiting for the Viper's wall to go down, pushes through, sprays through the walls here, does not tag anyone in return. Egoist does find Wrath, perfectly done. Crossfires as well. Egoist for 2. Kai and Boogie at least gonna get trades in return, but Temps on the top side of the area. on top of the high ground, finds the value as Thames just seals the deal. And that is the problem with getting picked off early. You don't have that firepower from Toggle for the defense.
The best part about it as well was such aggression forward. And the best part about it, Vera made full use of that toxic screen to get ever so closer. Despite revealing himself that he's actually currently on top of the side, he's totally fine with that. Use the zip line, get in right nice and close. Try to go for a wall back. Won't be able to connect, but that is only one of the few factors. It was just enough for a distraction for the rest of the team to re-roll it. They got into nice angles, although great trades being made by Team Path, but X10 was in a lot more comfortable crossfire and a lot more body system was lined up for them to get those nice pickings. So really well done from X10. But then again, what a hole from Team Path again. The round's also starting nice and fresh, but looks like they're going to be getting their intention pretty clear. Boogie, if we can get this nice pick off, this just set the pace and it's so comfortable. Game sense, doesn't even need the vision for it, Tosh. Instantly remove one of their smokers.
Marked one as well, but the lockdown will at least get Path out of the way. Without Prisanya, no smokes post plant gonna be a problem, but at least they can get some time and some area off. The sprays come out from Toggle, no clue where exactly they're gonna be. One detain, but this is the situation where they're gonna push out here. Unfortunately, no one tagged by that shock dart. And it's gonna be a very clean push as well as plant there. That Cove bought them a lot of time, gave them a lot of cover, and X10 pretty much prepped and ready for that post plant. And we have the counter lockdown as well, this time from Boogie. Temps does one, but Boogie is always good for that trade. Neff as well, an Egoist. Toggle, huge pick-off. Moving forward, Ego is alone, just waiting to hear. And what a huge flank from him. That's one grenade, gonna buy some time, but Toggle might go down here.
He got it though.
Oh, yeah, man. Team Path, you are one scary person, especially Toggle, believing in himself to be able to get it as he goes down. What on earth?
The best part about it as well is that Team Path just took a chapter out of X10's books. Hey, you want to be committed? You want to prioritize things? So can we. And he just tanked out the Nanosaur. He didn't even back down. He was unfazed, unafraid, got a lot of auto kills, and he really, I guess you could say, gauged the distance between where he last saw Egoist as well from around the middle area. So he just decided to take that chance, and especially since he didn't hear any walking or movement coming from Egoist himself. He's got a lot more confidence, great attempt, and a little bit daring as well.
Here we go, the sprays come through, and here also comes the Hunter's Fury just to buy some time.
Wow.
Temps gets out Wrath out of the way. Beautifully done. Huge pick, honestly, when you think about it. No slows to stop their push onto site. No walls as well. And immediately Vera trying to run off any audio cues here with the shorty. Toggle unfortunately does not get the kill. Vera and Prisanya get one each. Massive play. That Cove buys sometimes, give them a lot of space to work with as well. As Vera holding this very nasty angle, not allowing any person to push onto ramps. Finds Sage. And immediately there's only Kai to worry about. He does pop. Kai's one hit. Does not go for two. Neff stopping that rampage. But I have to say, it's a very clean round once again for X10. 9-8. Despite Path looking very, I would say, shaky in terms of economy, the scores are very close.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely for sure. And I guess you could say it's really understandable as well, especially since we reached the attacking side. Because you do need to remember, they don't have a Sage on X10 side to really utilize that wall for really easy or simple plant towards that B side. So they're a lot more dependent to actually try to play around on A a lot more. And that actually allows Team Path to actually be more prepared. Even in terms of utilities, you see already, Boogie really understands, okay, it looks like they like A a lot more. They don't have that Sage to really help them to get that swift execution. More utilities, more setups are being made on this A. And depending on how those utilities are being made for this, look at that placement, that Nanosaur. My God. It is going to be such a rough
But look at how this push is coming through immediately. The walls are up as Boogie is buying time. Yeah, he ran onto site, but look at the damage he's already done. Vera only half HP left, but this man doesn't need 100 HP. He just needs to see the heads to come through as Boogie holds on here, and the Reckoning will actually just kind of push them off the site. Vera finds Vera. Toggle gonna find one more. Boogie as well. Huge picks coming through here. They have to try and work for this post line. Boogie for two. Can he get 3? Krisanya on Ness. He just gets him. Boogie is just going and working overtime here. It's immediately going to spray out. Egoist does get one more. And I have to say, a 1v3 situation, Kai stops it. And I'm really impressed, honestly, the fact that Path is able to stop these multi-frags from Egoist that we are very, very impressed with in the beginning of this tournament.
Oh, this is some really crazy thing. And now the thing is, once team, and I guess you could say in that round alone, Team Power just somewhat understands, all right, that's great. A is going to be their priority. There's going to be their go-tos. And look at that utility placer. Vera went in and had to run back out. He suffered so much damage just from utility alone. Snake bites, nano swarms. He was only left with 55 HP. He suffered in that situation. And now they're really, and that sort of confirmed their suspicions. Like, okay, we can commit everything on A and maybe have a little bit of body towards that B side, just in case, for a little bit of reference. And now they're going to be a lot more counter. And this wall locks them all out.
This not only just locking it up, they also want access to that orb. And by farming these orbs, they can get a lot of value by denying X10 the ultimates that allow them to get onto the site. If you remember right now in the second half, Neff has used his Reckoning twice already. And they want to stop that from happening again. 9-9 score, which is honestly closer than I thought it's going to be, as X10, they have to play information. They have to try and get those picks early. Because you remember, every time that they manage to get those picks, it's been explosive onto the site for them. Regardless, I'm liking the fact that for Path, they have a lot of faith onto Boogie. Look at how he's placed his nano swarms, his bot as well. It's covered the full entire area of the sites. And on top of that, this Viper wall as well with the decay can actually get an instant delete onto anyone pushing through. This is Toggle. He's playing a little bit of an off angle. He gets spotted out immediately, just going to cloud burst that area so that they're not able to see. And it also masks away his repositioning so he doesn't get caught out.
Are they sold? Did they assume that it might be the B push because everyone's just slowly rotating his way? Like, so far, it was only Kai. He's not sold just yet. He's still hesitating about it, but looks like let's set up with a toxic screen, gives that a full clear indication. He's back to the side.
Here's the explosive play that we were talking about, rushing onto the site. Sprays come up, breaking that cove, trying to deny that plant. Regardless, the plant does come through. That lockdown as well is here. It's going to be from Boogie. They're just going to have to move away from the site. They're going to have to play the retakes, the post plants. Kai pushing forward. Krisanya does get a trade. Krisanya for 2. Kai immediately reacting to him, finding him outside of mid. And you can see the defuse comes through. It's actually a fake here. They're just spraying onto the area. Neff is very low. Thames gets 1. Boogie gets 2. Sage is going to be sticking this. Beautifully done. Boogie, the step up is huge.
In a position where you do not have the advantage, you're around the open, you're literally boxed in the kill, supposed kill zone for X10 to hold. It should have been that simple. It should have been X10's round. Boogie was just absolutely on point, and I guess you could say have just an understanding where they'll be swinging out from here, and just what amazes me was exactly how on point he was. I think that's literally the name of the game here. Utility placements, yes, that's fantastic for both sides, but fragging abilities, wow, there's so much damage. He set so much objective just by getting those pickoffs. And so much space and control at the same time.
Talk about control. Look at Krisanya already establishing that control onto A main. We've seen this happen before, and Krisanya immediately reacts. Unfortunately, he does get tagged, needs to reposition. Thankfully, he gets away scot-free. And Vera, he does not have a lot. All he has is that Sheriff to work with. And he can't see anything. Egoist does find Boogie. Vera, good for one more. Good reposition, as well as a pickup onto an upgrade of a gun. Neff gonna find Sage, but not before Sage manages to get that revive. As Toggle gets 1 more. Thames playing inside of the smoke, and he only has a Frenzy to work with. Good thing that this lockdown is giving them a lot of value, but Kai is already down. How is Toggle going to be playing with this? Sprays out, going to jump forward to the other side. He can't do anything. Perhaps the best way possible is to just opt for that save. And I think that he's going to try to stay alive, but look at how they're pushing it from both angles. Beautiful crossfire and beautiful pincer. It's so hard to run away when you're so close.
Yeah, there was really nothing much they can really do in that round. And I think the one who did the most heavy lifting in that round was just really Vera. He really just set the pace, despite the disparity that the positioning he was in. Not much covered, not much into the playoff. He just knew for a fact that one or two players on Team Pop might be playing in that Viper split. He went in, took that risk, got rid of Kai, that was impactful. That's it. That pretty much just set the pace. There was no more screens that's going to delay them or skew any form of visioning. Nothing is going to affect them at all. That was when they went for their setup, and that was absolutely fine for them. But I love it. Right now, they feel like, okay, a little bit too much defenses on that A side. A lot more. Now it's getting a lot more harder. They decide to change this up, adapt to the situation of the round, change their tactics, and we'll try to go for that B. However, certain condition must be made. They need to clear out that long first.
Yeah. Look at Neff. Personally, I think that Neff has been doing so well with the Harbor. It's been denying a lot of area and vision from Team Path where they have to push into the area in order to get that defuse. Regardless for Boogie, Boogie has been popping hits. Regardless of what weapon he's been using, he has been sharp. Let's see if it's going to be the same thing because this is a very nasty angle he's working with, but they are going to be seen. Oh, beautifully done. You get that. They put out the turret at the same time, but Boogie did not move his cursor at all. Neff has full value of yellow, and immediately look at that. Push out, gonna not allow any push or information from the side of Snowman. Still buying time. Temps immediately gonna watch out as the cascade goes down. Viper's wall up again, and that's impeccable timing coming in here from X10 as Temps immediately finds Kai's head, Toggle and Wrath as well by Egoist. Huge Temps for one more. At this point, do they need a whole 5 when only 2 people are breaking heads is the question. Krisanya does get one more. Again, only Vera gone.
That was absolutely fantastic. Everyone was finding solutions to certain angles and certain corners. However, Boogie, he's literally the boogeyman for X. And I felt like everywhere he goes, there's always going to be a pickup. And I think they just try to avoid it. But they just can't shake him off. He's always there when they least expect it. But you can understand, like from that last round, you can totally understand why they haven't been hitting that much on that B side, especially without the Sage. You can definitely tell that without the Sage wall, without that security, they're a lot more resolved to actually and more committed to take the side, to push forward a lot more right out in the open without any defense.
Immediately going to wall out this area in front just to give them all the value onto main. Now, we haven't seen movement from Toggle yet. They're respecting the fact that that wave is there. Unfortunately, does not get that value from the op. Has to move away, does get tagged as well. Like it or not, he has to leave the site, has to reposition. And Vera going in quick, explosive. He always does this. Gives all the information to his teammates. Immediately moving behind him as Neff finds Wrath. The reckoning comes out, but Vera doesn't need it. The sprays come out. Neff could have just traded out with his teammate. Sage does get 2, but Egoist is going to stop that rampage as Krisanya comes in from the other side. I have to say that was a very well played round. And it's just so unfortunate Toggle wasn't able to get that pick off with the op.
Yeah, like you mentioned, so the cascade was really great because it's just to really check if anyone was really coming in, right? Good, nice along, because anyone hits by the wall is essentially slowed down as well. So it does deny any form of aggression. I love the fact that they're actually being cautious about this, especially since it was the round that would have decided the match point as well. So being cautious, being diligent, really great stuff coming from X10. Discipline, and let's talk about fundamental-wise. I think so far X10 has been popping off really phenomenally so far. But Boogie, my God, this guy. Nothing has really stopped it, but most importantly, this is the final round and he has the lockdown.
Yeah, no Boogie as well now.
Dead, gone.
Very unfortunate for him. Might be very rough, especially if you look at the buys coming in here for Path. They are forcing, but they can't buy full. Even though Sage does have a rifle, only half shields. Like it or not, he has to be quick on it. He has to use his ulti as well, and he has to pop heads. Toggle, huge, finds that value with those dives, finds 2. And in these situations, I think a different mindset is coming out here from Path. They're nothing to lose attitude because they are on a situation where they don't have the guns to play. And their aggression is going to be paying off. Quietly, reposition as X10. They have no clue where everyone is. They know that where Toggle was, but no idea where the rest have been. They hear the shot sound from Toggle as well. He does have that Marshal. They don't want to be tagged out. And like it or not, they are kind of funneled onto A. And only Kai is here on the area because I think there's a lot of suspicions here that for Team Path that everyone will be coming onto B. Look at where Wrath is. Now, this is where things are might gonna get dicey for Path because if they don't rotate at the same time, they're gonna get picked off, especially from the members of X10. Krisanya has been huge, Vera as well, but Kai for 1 only. Unfortunately, enough work because Egoist does get the trade onto him. Egoist for 2, that rifle making work of everyone. 6 bullets in this rifle. But here's Toggle, a good reposition onto screen area. They have no clue that he's there. They do break that cove, just waiting here as Toggle and Wrath, they're timing in. Good rotation. He gets the heal as well. Where are you looking? Look to your left. He goes for it, but Neff a little bit faster on that contact. Only Raph to worry about, but a good crossfire will seal up the round. 13-10 in favor to X10.
What a round, really. What a round. You couldn't have asked for a more closer match series point as well. And especially when it started becoming very viable. Toggle getting the first 2 pick with the play solo, that was paying full dividends for the entire round. I thought for sure there was an opportunity for that to really bring it to a 12-11, keeping them alive in the round.
I thought it was going to be
itself.
an OT, honestly.
Yeah, it was just that close. Anything, honestly, that round was almost anyone's round. Anything could have really happened that one.
Yes, but I think in this situation, if you were to compare the two teams, X10's round wins were a lot more clean. They would have maybe 2 till 5 still alive at the end.
Yes.
And if you look at Team Path, it's a lot more like one player making hero plays, a clutch. And I think that in this situation, it's very important to talk about like that economy from Team Path is just not allowing them for those, I would say, snowball situations. Regardless, let's have a look at the highlights.
Which brings back to what I was mentioning earlier, Tash, which is about just fundamentals alone. Nothing flashy. Let's not talk about flashy things. Let's not talk about clutch moments, right? Let's just talk about the fact that how much they know and how comfortable they are when just holding angles alone.
Personally, I think that for X10, this is a sort of experimental round. If you think about it, they have, even though I said that they didn't do DRX's method in the beginning, they did do it toward the end. How exactly they use, honestly, X10's utility usage has been huge. If you see how exactly the timing for the cascade from the Viper wall has been working, it's as though they have the timing to a T. You have the wall up, immediately the Viper wall go down. It's been denying them, Team Path, a lot of, I would say, that post-plant areas that they're given and doesn't allow them to take so much space. But in this situation, you really got to give it to Boogie, because in a lot of situations, he was the playmaker. He was the person that could change a bad round to a good one. But I would really like to see a step up from the rest of the team. And honestly, I think this also comes down to the team not understanding how to counter this utility usage and the pushes and movement from X10.
There was also the issue where Vera just kept setting the pace so many times. Like, the pace that he set for Team Path, it seems like they're just trying to find ways to really catch up to that momentum, to try to slow things down or try to overrun them in this case. Of course, Vera, definitely one of the few star players on the side of X10. Such a very talented individual to have on their team lineup.
I think that what's really important as well to talk about is the team play coming in from X10. He got a lot of value from his teammates in terms of information.
Too many.
And yeah, too many. On top of that, every time you see a recon pick or even a reckoning pick that kind of puts away their positioning, you immediately see a push or a swing out from X10. And that is discipline. That is honestly the way to be playing it. The reaction to those information. Regardless, 13-10 is a lot closer than I expected. Boogie and Temps will be our MVPs. Now, Boogie, we know that he has been huge in those clutch moments, on getting those multi-frags. I was expecting Ego is actually up there, but it's going to be Temps this time around. Honestly, not surprising. Look at how many first kills he's got, and look at how many times that he's gotten a nice crossfire or a nice long-range kill.
I think it really, because especially once you get that spike planted down as well, he's a lot more comfortable where just like, you know what, I know exactly where you're going to be coming out. I don't have to worry about flanks. My teammates got me covered for the back line. Everything, the comms couldn't be more cleaner than it when it comes to X10 as well. And of course, MVP for our fun around itself is of course none other than Temps himself. Information gathering, and I think just somewhat understanding what the team really is required. We have Vera to set the pace already. Now you just have Temps to just give the necessary amount of intel. Because remember, intel is still the name of the game, especially on the map of Icebox. And like I said, B will be a little bit difficult for them to interact without that Sage wall. So A, you really need some form of diligence. But with just recon by our drone, just allows it to clear certain corners without having Vera to actually double check it by himself physically. So really great stuff coming out from Temps.
Yeah, when you think about it, I think that it's just utility usage, honestly, for X10. I'm really liking the fact that they're a little bit more proactive when it comes to playing very different methods in different ways. If we compare to Team Path, it's always the same standard take where it's going to be toggle straight onto yellow. And how many times he's done that, and he was actually punished for it over and over again. Regardless, that will be the end of our first map for our first series of the day. After this, we're going to be seeing more Valorant, and we're on to Pearl.
Oh yeah, Pearl.
Hello everyone, we are from X10 Esports. As you may know, XN Esports has previously fielded a full Thai roster in the year 2022 VCT circuit, but currently we are fielding a full Singaporean roster competing in the MYSG region, and we hope to be a force to be reckoned with in the upcoming challenger stage. Hello everyone, I am Nev from XN Esports, and my main role for the team is to be the in-game leader for the team. So basically what my main role is, primarily give a call at the start of the round as to how I want the rounds to be played out, and the team will proceed from what I call. Additionally, I also play more of the flex agents in the team, be it the breach, KO, or perhaps a duelist if the team needs me to fill up the shoes. So moving on to Vera, he's the duelist for the team. As people may know, he's a very talented individual who is able to put a high amount of kills on the board. And his main role is to go into the bomb sites with the util that we have set up for him and try to get an entry frag. But even in the case where he is not able to get any entry frags for us, we are still able to close out the round and win the round basically. So moving on to our next player, we have Thames, who is the initiator for the team, which means he plays most of the Sova on Fate on most maps. But more importantly, his role in the team is to keep our team morale up, even when we are facing a deficit and when we are losing in some games. He's always the one cheering us on and ensuring that we always have a chance back into the game. So moving on to our next player, we have Prisenia, the role of the smoker of our team. And he's always someone that we can count on and lean back on as being a good anchor point for our team. In a sense where enemies are entering his bomb site, he's always good for the 1 or 2 kills, which always helps us and enable us to be into an advantage when we are retaking the bomb site. So lastly, we have Fane, who is playing the sentinel role for our team. So what Fane does is that he's mostly the lone wolf on the other side of the map, and is always catching the opponents off guard when they're rotating off the bomb sites. As for himself as a person, actually he's a man of few words, but it's a very deadly one when he's in the zone.
I think I can only perform in Singapore server, man. I think the only way we lose is if the opponent somehow managed to convince the admin to play in Hong Kong server. I think LAN tournament will be easy for us. It's quoted by Nev, I don't think we have any notable opponents.
For us going into this tournament is to eventually become the champions of this tournament. But we should also be proud if we manage to get a podium finish amongst all the decent teams in this tournament.
destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you kidding?
Each round, only one of them's been.
Oh
my God!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kind of like see that, but oh my God, not again!
Behind and retaliates still, but he has to call.
Hello everyone, welcome to the best region here in APAC. It's VALORANT Challengers Malaysia Singapore Split 1. I'm Leonard, also known as Yonli, and joining me once again on the desk, gracing with us once again is Tosh Bunny herself. Tosh, we had such a phenomenal game that we had on the map of Icebox now today. Now, what do you think about that one?
Personally, I think X10 was experimenting. We talked about it, like how X10 always banned that map.
Yeah, exactly.
And now they're doing it. So I think that it was experimental. After I saw that DRX lineup, I was like, yeah, they're trying it out.
The thing is, I love the fact that, yes, experimental. I love the fact that they're willing to actually
bring it onto tournament, right?
The real stage,
yeah.
Playing on scrims and
It's
playing
different.
the pressure's almost non-existent. Here, at least, the pressure's on. And now, I guess you could say they did learn a little bit about this. I believe they're going to go back behind the scene and get a couple of notes, like triangulate,
It's always
like
fun.
what's happening.
Yeah, because when you try out things in tournament, it's very different. And I was talking about it, how like some teams, they're a little bit behind at that point. They're like, okay, we might not make it, or we are going to be at this particular part of the ladder.
Correct.
So we can actually start to try out new things. It's technically like a real tournament scrim in a way. But regardless, let's have a look at our second map. It's going to be Ascent, not Pearl. My bad, Pearl was banned. But looking
I
at
was very
Ascent,
sad about that one
I was
too.
very sad. Actually, I really wanted to see a Lotus. I really wanted to see X10 do Lotus, but I guess they're not ready quite yet. And I don't blame them. For a lot of teams, a Lotus is a map that either you're using it because it's your trump card against another team, or you are just going to ban it out because you're not ready. So coming into Ascent, we've seen Path do some magic here, but I think for X10, we've seen them play some massive games, just so long as they don't have that, that flashback.
Definitely for sure. But then again, when it came to the map of Ascent, they played this at least four times or more. And I guess you could say when it comes to win rate, it has been pretty much 50-50 here. But of course, then again, some of those rounds came really close. Especially when they were fighting against Bleed Esports, they managed to bring out the round to 13-10 or 13-9, if I'm not mistaken here. And speaking of Lotus, honestly, when it came to the map picks as well, I think in this case, the IGL for XM was very comfortable with the idea where Team Path will never, and they will probably never pick Lotus for their side. Leaving the other options, leaving the idea to say, like, okay, you can ban Lotus, we'll utilize our second bans on maps that we really didn't want to see. And Pearl being banned, I was very saddened. I was like, you guys been doing great on Pearl. Like, why do you want to remove Pearl? That was literally one of the biggest highlights so far, and I enjoy watching it. I could just lean back on the table and relax with a cup of Joe, a couple of burgers on my right. I'd be like, woo, let's go Pearl.
I think that X10 has had pretty good runs on Pearl, especially Egoist's hold onto
100% win rate.
Yes, but I think at the same time, it's also they don't really understand how exactly Path will be approaching this map. So better to ban out the unknown than deal with something that they're familiar with, but you don't know what to expect from the other team.
That's true.
Regardless for Ascent, I think that we've seen both teams have fairly good runs on this map.
Very comfortable.
But I think for utility usage, we are going to need to see more proactive plays here from Team Path. I mean, Boogie has been huge, but we cannot really be relying on Boogie. And I think Toggle as well need to kind of figure out different ways of taking a site, because it feels like for him, it's the same thing over and over, the explosive come on into one area and then kind of take up that space. I understand it gives his team that space, but we would love for him to stay alive so that he can give the numbers advantage to his team.
Definitely for sure. And the best part about it so far, when it comes to just Agent's lineup, and just to answer your question, Team Path does like to utilize a little bit more of a fast-paced lineup, where the difference between the controllers and initiator compared to X10 Esports, which they like to keep with the standards, right? They keep with their typical common controllers like Astras, you have your typical KOs and KJs, but whereas on the side here for Team Path, they stick with their initiator is actually Fade instead of Sova. They go for Fade, they go for Omen as the controller. There's no Astra in their lineup, so a lot more fast-paced, a lot more better, literally, lineup with that paranoia. That's a really great spot for you to do it with, whether defending or the attacker or retake. So really great start to see. I want to see how they're going to be able to utilize against X10.
That's what I really like about Path. Path is a team that is very direct, straight to the point. They go for something they're comfortable with and they know they're going to do well with. As opposed to X10, they can bring out so many different lineups and it's still going to do well. And Crisania has one of the most insane Astras I've ever seen. Oh my god, the return of Neff's Breach. God bless. I was literally saying to Neff that his Breach is absolutely goated. Him and Lexis are the one that really set the bar for me when I first started casting. And of course, we're gonna see Cypher for Kai. Wow, I like that.
What is happening here today, Tosh?
Honestly, I thought Egoist was gonna go for Cypher again, but honestly, he's still
Crisania with the Omen as well.
Yeah.
Everyone is, for some reason, changing their composition.
That's not a bad thing, honestly. It's good. It's a good thing.
Fantastic.
It is fantastic because I was just talking about it yesterday. When you have already done a map and you do well on that map, as you move on to the next part of the tournament, you can't keep doing the same thing over and over again. That's why the same thing I saw last night from Team Secret against Navi, where they chose Icebox again and did the same thing. I was like, are you sure you want to do that? Because Navi has probably microscoped you to death.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the reason. That's possibly the most reason why they actually changed the composition.
Exactly.
That
microscope, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're literally like looking down at you like, hey, I know everything about you until now.
I know this particular lineup that you do over and over again, and I will punish you for it. And that's exactly, I think, the reason why X10 has so many different ways of approaching it. And I love the flexibility, the versatility coming in for X10 for that.
I think the most important thing is to say is I love the fact that, like what you mentioned earlier, is that I love how they're experimenting.
Oh yeah.
Like, even though, yes, literally for all of their Ascent games, literally their lineup was literally has been the same. Until the point where it's considered stale. All the composition for sound
I mean, if it's not broken, don't change it.
Yeah,
but at
broken,
the same time, as we move toward the end of group stage, you want to bring something new to the next one.
Got a little bit of spice here and there, right, ladies and gentlemen? But of course, we're finally down to the last, possibly the last one, or it's going to be a comeback round team.
Don't say that.
No, you see, I didn't end it there, Tosh. I didn't end it there. I said possible comeback being made by Team Pa.
Okay, fair.
But especially since we did witness such a scoreline from Team Pa, it was like 13-10. It's not 13-5, it's not 33, it's 13-10.
Close.
We saw.
I mean,
if we see Boogie still perform the same way we did on the map of Icebox, I think we might see this series go the distance.
So I wanted to say that production was telling us that Leonard is cursed.
No.
He will always bring close scorelines and overtimes and map threes. And I don't know if you noticed as well, as a change there, Boogie is running the Sova here. And let's see how it goes. Because last time I think when I casted this, Boogie was on the Killjoy. Regardless, slow start from Path. Kind of sets the tone, sets the pace. But Vera is playing close. So it's a 2-for-1 trade. I think this is the best outcome from Team Path because you did see I would say another swing out from his teammate from X10. That didn't happen. And now Wrath going for a plant already, and X10 going to be trying to take the area through mid, through tree. They did close the door at the same time, but you can see one lurk here is going to be Kai. And if he times this right, he might be able to play from main from his teammates. I think he's just making sure no one is coming in from main, and I think it's working out so well in their favor. They broke the glass. They know exactly where everyone is. Can Kai actually go for a backstab because he's coming in from 3? Regardless, they all have full control of Heaven running up on top, but Wrath with a nice corner, Neff with a good headshot coming through. They have all the information they need. It's been a battle of trades, honestly, but Boogie's shock dart saves the day.
Oh, man. Definitely a little bit of a chaotic situation, but honestly, I don't like it. I like it.
I was scared for Heaven, honestly. Look at how many people were up there.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. They were well positioned. Honestly, they got a really nice pickup. I thought they actually would want a plan to actually create more frontal assaults instead of diverting all resources just to the Heaven itself. I thought maybe they'll try to swing past 3.
Did you see Kai's rotation?
Oh yes, I did. That's the crazy thing about it. I love that they're just in case where it's like, you know, it's fine. I'll check our backlines. No one's gonna flank us, and things works out. He's gonna get a nice flank.
And he was big by toggle, run and gun. That's exactly how you want to do it. X10 tried to do an explosive play, and they were punished very quickly. But 42 HP for toggle. But in this situation, it works out so well in their favor. He can still get on the side. He can still get that value. And without Egoist, they have so much space to work with. Temps pushing out. He tried to go for this headshot. He still gets it. The Temps oh my god! What a shot coming through. He's so very low. 3 HP. Can he get one more is the question. so many shots. His teammates are here. That fragment is not giving him the space, but Kai also with his own head-popping situations with 2 as well. Huge situation, buys enough time for his teammates to rotate in, and now it's only Crisania left. And for Crisania, he's already leaving that space. He can go for a hero play if he wants to. Here we go. Smokes out, teleports inside, but Kai read him like a book.
Oh no! My friend! Good attempt, really nice attempt coming from Crisania. Then again, Kai just absolutely relentless. Refused to go into hiding. Not even going to be chilling at the back of lobby. No, this guy wants to take that fight head on. Really fantastic stuff. And I think it's just, I love how much they try to isolate the situation as much as possible. They had really great spy cam placement to get nice coverage to the mid towards the market area. It did get a little bit close towards the B lobby main as it is. Like, my God, suddenly out of the blue, you see Thames getting 2 pickups. I'm like, whoa, how's that happening? How's that right?
Very aggressive, and I like it. And I think it's the idea that they know they're on the 50. They can go aggressive if they want to. Immediately, they're running forward here. A lot of damage is through, and Crisania is ready. Just give that space onto his teammate to survive. Suddenly slow down from Path once again. They can't go either for the fake or just buy some time. And immediately the tag onto Vera. Immediately Toggle. Still waiting for that huge picks. Huge repositions. And Wrath immediately reacting because they saw someone on catwalk toward tree. And immediately going to peek back. Whoa, Kai playing with fire there. Has to give up the space. That cage at least does cover it. Allows him to move back. But look at how many tags they've had. Kai is low. Toggle is low.
Oh man, come on, Nav. That's vandalism, man. Stop breaking down the wall.
Yeah. Now when you look at it again, it's been huge because look at how much space they've made from mid. And then once they want to go through A, they wanted to take catwalk coming through here as Toggle inside the smoke. It's going to be a little bit hard. I don't think they checked one, but it's okay. It's clear. The flash comes out. Immediate reaction. Crisania punishes that flash. Explosive play. Knows exactly how to detect and react to every single utility thrown out. Ooh, runs out of bullets, but Neff is there. That Odin from Temps is just wreaking havoc. And you know that this map in particular has paper-thin walls. Rushing forward, Sage for 2, the run and gun. He knows exactly where he is. It's a 1v2, and Sage can't do much against a pre-fired Odin.
Oh my lord, that was so close. It was so close. You could not tell the conclusion of that round until suddenly player starts making plays. But what really scares me the most was how in sync was that push. Team Path, Boogie went and literally threw a recon dart. But when the recon dart was in mid-flight, as everyone was trying, their main priority was to pick up the recon dart. They swing down at the same time. I'm like, yo, that is something not one would expect. Although yes, the outcome wasn't exactly how they hoped for because the round did lasted for quite a bit. The red was enough. They got the intel and everyone was able to reinforce that A main. And of course, the rest is history.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm shocked at the fact that Team Path is changing up their plays. Usually we expect very fast picks, very silent, and then rush onto site. They're taking their time to explore all of this space. And speaking of space, Kai will be punished for that. And they're still going in from that mid area of control. They have control of market already. And this smoke toward the backside there is not allowing them to get onto the side. And that's actually Crisania's smoke regardless. I think the idea is to catch them off guard and toggle huge pick off. But Egoist is always there for that trade. And now you look at where Wrath is. He's gonna put another smoke out. And I like the fact that he smoked out the backside of mid there. And now another one out, and Wrath immediately swings as his teammate gets cut out. Wrath for 2. Good reposition at the same time. And another one, the last one is here. Neff catches Boogie as he's leaving the site. Can he pop one more hit? He knows where exactly Sage is. His teammate is right behind him. And here comes the Rolling Thunder for that retake. Explosive flash as well. Does not find anyone. Sage from underneath. Huge sprays. And suddenly it's a 1 versus 1. Neff knows exactly where Sage is. Sage just tried to reposition, move away from that aftershock. Not happening. Sorry, fault line.
Oh, now that's what I call a classic matchup between both initiators. They're trying to outdo each other, outposition each other, outmaneuver with the utilities being made by both Nav.
It's a breach. I mean, like, in this situation...
So I love the retaliation, right? Like, fault lines on top of the Rolling Thunder, and then Sage came in with a flash. That literally denied, despite a good initiation with the Rolling Thunder, that still slows them down.
Didn't allow them to push into side.
The counter utilities being made was absolutely impeccable coming from Team Path's end as well. And of course, regardless, the scoreline is still tied 2-2 here.
Closer than I thought, honestly.
It's a lot more. And to answer your initial question to wondering like why they suddenly play a little bit more slower than how the usual fast pace, they're trying to understand and see where are the utilities being placed, particularly where Egoist is.
Yeah, the Odin plays. Not Odin, it's Ares.
You gotta fear that. You gotta fear that weapon, man.
You have to, especially on this map in particular. Regardless, if you look at Path, they have 4 ultimates right now, and they actually push through just to allow that Toggle to have that Blade Storm. He unfortunately gets the updraft, does not get a pick, and it's not the best case scenario for him. He still has 4 more blades, can get the reset, and no dash to be used one more time. No Egoist, playing close. Egoist is very smart about that positioning. And here's Neff, he wants to wait. And the thing is, he's waiting here in case of the explosive play coming in from Team Path. But I love that Team Path is understanding without the initial pick, getting onto B is going to be a huge problem.
Definitely, for sure. A lot of slow pacing, but I think they finally able to resolve themselves, the dictate, and the fight between the Flower Garden and Tree will determine how good
here we go.
Paranoia.
The rush through comes out, immediately smoke, and the Paranoia. Toggle finally getting that value, but Neff good for 2. Playing with his teammate. Neff, what is going on? Kai stops that rampage from happening, and Kai can't do much against an Ares. I have to say, it started off so good for Team Path, but in the end of the day, Neff's power on that breach, too much.
You're not allowed to do that! Neff, you're not allowed to do that! He just got away with murder! That literally, the Flower Garden is currently being literally well fertilized with the bodies of the fallen here. My God! Neff, you were in such a precarious angle. He was not even comfortable either. He had the flash, walked out, got counter flash as well, but he still make it work. My God. And if we're talking about the guy who every time plays on Ascent, regardless of what team he's in, always top ranking.
Oh, beautifully done by Vera. Tried to go aggressive, but is punished. Temps good for 2. So it's a very great situation, honestly, for X10. They're getting a lot of value from the aggression from Vera, because even though he was picked off, they got the information that they needed.
Oh man, that was what a... I love the aggressive attempt. Vera understands he need to try to make some plays, but guess what? That plays paid dividends. Did so much damage. They lost their entry fragger. They lost their flasher. They still have Wrath with the Nebulas. But that's still not gonna work out either way.
Managed to just pick off Neff. They know exactly where he is. We also saw the neural thefts coming online as well, but Nightfall comes through. This is going to give a lot of space to the members of X10 to get onto the site for the retakes if they want to. It denies them time, 51 seconds. They have all the time in the world, and Kai is just slowly leading the charge. Temps is just huge, very fast, good trade, but Neff once again gonna stop that stomp coming in from Team Path, stopping them in the tracks. Now Neff still has the flash as well. Kai just buying time. The sprays come out, but Neff once again, this man never misses.
Oh no, unfortunately so I think maybe during the whole confrontation and place of utilities, they just couldn't really keep in track on the timings of that nebula, and by the time it dissipated, they were already somewhat in mid-rotating back into the site and trying to get into some form of safety, really catching them off guard for that one. So an unfortunate one for that situation, but then again, not out of the fight just yet. The point differential between both these two teams is just only by 2, but look at the ultimates available for Null Commands, Cosmic Device, Hunter Tree, very great aggressive and also to set up and defend against retakes here. But there is the Rolling Thunder back on Neff. Did he just use Rolling Thunder like 2 or 3 rounds before this?
Yeah, he was farming those orbs actually.
Oh my lord.
That's why the repositions have been
farming also kills.
Kills as well, honestly, at this point. Regardless, you can see the siege as well coming out. Look at how many utilities are thrown out to the members of Path, and it's going to stop them from able to even go inside of the area. Unfortunately for Temps, look at the damage coming through there. He's just making it so much damage onto Toggle. Toggle had to eat all of those bullets. Sorry, not Toggle, Boogie actually. But Kai finds Neff, and that's huge. It's at least one of the heavy hitters out of the way, as Kai going to just immediately take up that space. He has the guns. He has just to have to buy some time at least for his team to get that rotate down. Their spike is still over on mid, and immediately no one gonna be caught out from that haunt. The Temp's not getting that value as Vera does find Kai eventually out mid. And this is what the best thing about Vera is. He's just so aggressive, takes up so much space.
Come on.
But look at how many utils thrown out there by X10, and it's not allowing Path easy access into the site at all.
As they really want to slow things down. And the best part about it, the tripwire is always get it countered by the Prowlers as well.
Look at how fast they're coming in from mid-side, running in toward Catwalk entry. Egoist Heart does go down, but look how low Boogie is! And because of that, he gets a nano Double swarm kill, just spraying in through the nebula. But for now, they're gonna get some space because of that, because of the fragment. They're already onto the side, and the only person with full HP is Wrath. Krisanya finds Sage, gonna get one more. No, Toggle with the headshot hugely coming out there, breaks the door, gives them a lot of time. But Thames, you need to drop that Odin. That's just nasty.
Oh my lord! The initial damage was almost scary. Thames did I guess you could say he did the initial spray was like a teaser before the actual trailer and the movie.
It still dinked them a lot, if you remember.
I mean, yeah, he did so much damage. Although yes, he didn't really get any kills out of that spray. But guess what, Tosh? It's not about the kills. It's about sending a message. Get out of my lane, you know, that kind of thing. And that really forced them back. But what the best about it, the Prowler has a really tough time as the Prowler will always run into the tripwires of time.
Yeah. It's gone in a lot of balance. The same
Vera.
thing again. Vera punishing and getting the information. Temps once again just spraying out. And this time,
aggression.
we are seeing this aggression come through, not to even allow Team Path to even make out where exactly they want to go. Because if you remember what Team Path has been doing, put a camera onto B and then they figure things out and they are punishing them for the same plays over and over again. Regardless, Neff, getting shot through the wall there as Raz just going to put on the smokes to come through. Yep, here we go. And immediately they know where Neff is. Neff, are you going to peek? It is the question. But Neff is not going to peek. Neff is the guy who's just waiting for the utils. He's just trying to stop in the pushes, but immediately come into sight. Wrath, they didn't know. They didn't trigger any of the turrets, and now immediately goes through. We hear the swarms popped out here. Does Egoist know that someone has pushed out from the nebula? No, he doesn't. Finds one. Neff, a reposition. He hears all the footsteps he needs. Thames trying to clear out the area beside Jen. That's not happening. You're a little bit too much to the side, and now here comes a null command just to even out the situation. Gives them so much space. They cannot play with their utilities. Pop flashes up. No response from it. Let's do it one more time. Nope, not again. Just to buy some time. Takes the space out. I don't think you want to challenge his Odin is what you're going to do in clearing the area of the bottom side here with the aftershock as well as the suck. But here we go as well. Krisanya for 2. Hugely done. Does anyone in heaven is the question? No, it doesn't. Rolling Thunder as well to clear out so many situations and areas. But immediately the Hunter's Fury. Boogie finds one. Boogie finds 2. Huge clutch from Boogie. What a play.
You cannot script that. You cannot make this thing up, ladies and gentlemen. That timing and the best part about it, that confidence coming from Boogie. And by the way, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is his first solo on the map of set.
I believe so too, because as I said before, usually he's on a Killjoy. We usually see on a Killjoy, unless it was Bind, we saw him play a Duelist.
Or Icebox when he was playing Reyna as well. Oh man, so this...
What a flex, honestly, from Boogie. He can play so many different roles. It gives so much flexibility for his team.
Which makes things a lot very versatile for the team, for Team Path as well, on how they want to play around with the map in terms of composition as well. They don't like to keep things pretty stale. They like to mix things up a little bit against particular teams as well, which is a really great perk on their end. But so far, X10 playing a little bit of defaults here. Sorry, not X10, but Team Path has been playing a little bit of default, especially what Vera has been doing. 3 rounds of the one-class aggression.
I don't know, Kai. I don't know if you want to challenge Thames with the Odin, man. I'm going to call him Odin Master at this point.
He has Odin himself.
I rarely have seen Kai actually punished for that Odin. He gets that initial burst very quickly.
Oh man, might as well call it the All-Father, but look at this backline. They don't know, Tosh. It's Vera.
Yeah, and look at how many people. They have no clue. There's 3 people there. Toggle breaks that window immediately. The rush comes through. Vera does get the backstab onto Boogie, onto Sage, onto Vera. Toggle stops it at the end. But this Odin is a menace. Temps again. Are you kidding me?
Oh my lord. Okay, Tosh, you're here to witness this, okay? As I like to proclaim that action to be known as the Styron.
The Styron?
The Styron.
Wow.
The exact same thing. Styron was also flanking from the Raptors.
Is that what we're formally calling it now?
Yeah, we're gonna call it the Styron. Absolutely. My God, they didn't even know, and he was so silent. Vera has been so silent after what he did for the first 3 rounds.
Now, okay, Thames. Wait, is that 2? No.
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 Get
out of my way. Oh man. I have high hopes for this firing squad right now. Let's see how it goes. Because it has to work in this situation. You have the fault line, you have the haunt as well, and you have to remember, Kai does the same thing over and over. move forward, puts the trip and the camera.
no,
Here we go.
they're going into it.
Yep, here we go. The explosive plays and immediately the freeze. Temps for 2 already. The punish. Wrath taking so much damage. I can't believe they got away with that. And again, now they're like, okay, let's do it twice. And for now, Crisanya finds Toggle as well. The blade's not getting any value. It's so unfortunate. And for Crisanya, he can do so many different plays. His ultimate is also up. Egoist with the push. Finds Sage with the push. And because of that aggressive play, a flawless and suddenly Team Path, the 4-round deficit.
Oh, Requiesta and Pache, my two fellow members of Team Pa. What a way to fall. And let's be honest, like, even if it didn't work out, damage would have still been done, or at least they would have cleared out the suspicion where, okay, it's not a B push. They still be playing around middle, but they don't have to worry about middle because they had someone covering middle in the first place. So A, with Vera already positioning there, absolutely impacted
That was
the
a
defense.
big gamble already. And on top of that, 2 Odins and an op gives them so much control over so many different places. Now, their haunt just now was destroyed, so they have an idea that it's going to be a mid push, but Neff with the Odin play, here comes the fault line as well. We have the Nightfall as to just kind of push them out, not allowing that aggressive push onto the side. But for Path, they're just kind of taking this at this point. They have lost Sage, they don't have Null Command, they don't have the knife or the information giver. They do still have Boogie, and the recon does eventually find Egoist in the boathouse. Here comes the shock dart just to clear it out. But look at the Killjoy to come through. It's just going to buy them a lot of time as the rotations come out. Vera with the up finds Kai. Wrath does get a wall bang onto Vera at least. And that's Aftershock. It's going to just clear out those corners before Neff comes through. Haunt out. Does it get tagged at anyone? No, it doesn't. But it doesn't reveal as someone there. Get the damage coming through from that. Odin again as they're pushing through. Temps has so much control of the area.
Oh my lord. What a grind that these players have to go through, but finally at the back of the A. But guess what? Neff, the man himself, the menace, with an Odin in hand.
No way, he gets one. Nope. Boogie punishes him. Perfectly done. Gets the plant. Finally, they figured out a way, and it's going to be a situation where they have to prepare for the post plant. Now, without Vera, it's going to be huge. They actually got the op out of the way, and Temps, in his hand, if you know what he has, is going to be an Odin as well as this Sheriff. He wants to pop hits. If you want to run Odin, you need to be able to be ready to clear out those corners and have your teammate for that crossfires. Clears out Heaven with the Odin. I don't know if he knows if there's someone there. He's out of utilities. 30 seconds for his haunt. Does know that Boogie is over there out in main. Egoist.
Last player standing.
Wrath does find Temps. He has Wrath coming through here. Wrath, can you get one more? Yes, he does. Wrath cleans up house. Perfect let in, and Boogie was just a distraction.
What's really great. So Team Pop understand the position that they're in. They cannot afford to be giving too many openings for them to actually get those fights head on, especially those peaks. So they just run down with the clock. Although yes, initially very grindy. Very grindy, but then again, very expensive coming from X10. They utilize actually the lockdown. They even had to. They had 2 Odins and an operator in the hand. Let's be honest, actually the Odin is from the last 2 rounds before they said bye. But then again, that still hurt a little bit in terms of the economy. But they still have enough, especially for this last round.
Vera doing the same thing again. This time, no updraft. Gets enough information as the cage and the cloudburst comes through. He still is going to be rushing through here. The sprays come out. Kai does punish Vera for the aggression, and immediately Kai has to reposition. Neff finds one more as in the mid rotate. Oh my god! Temps for 2. Immediately push out. Then they are chasing. Now, for the other members of Team Path, as they're being chased and pincered from 2 different angles, they have to play it safe. Toggle with the big pick and not allowing Neff to get them off guard. And I like that I checked the little corner. But look at Crisanya. The taps come out. Crisanya taps 1. Can he tap 2 is the question. Boogie is playing. Wow, he's taking a very long marathon around the map of Ascent at this point. And I think they heard his footsteps. That's going to spray out. Crisanya clean.
Oh my lord. I can't even tell who's the attacker, the defenders anymore. But look, take a quick look on the minimap before we... never mind, too late. You saw on the minimap, right? At every choke point, at every junction, there's always going to be loss of life. And at the point that Team X10 has literally denied certain exits or certain entries, literally funneling what remaining member of Team Path to their desired crosshair, allowing Crisanya to exactly, with whatever time remaining, he knows he's going to be coming for Heaven, where he was very comfortably very prepared. But what an aggression! Everyone came down. They didn't stop there. Thames kept moving forward all the way to the spawn to get those first 2 picks. They try to go to the high mid, but get denied by Neff. They box them in. They funnel them to their desired location, where the one who had the final say would have been Chrysania.
Second half already. Spooky? Oh, lineup, Larry. Oh, man. Is there anything Boogie can do, honestly? So flexible.
Please, like, give this guy a bonus, man. Like he's
like technically 3 different players, right?
he's been doing so much heavy lifting.
Yeah, he really has. Boogie, once again, with the shock darts, just to clear out the areas. Don't think that he knows that there is one person on main so far. 2 people, actually, if you think about it. And with Egoist holding the flank here near tree, can catch someone at least in the mid rotate, can give some information in terms of someone rotating through. And Vera, they didn't realize they had so much space there onto mid. Toggle probably caught off guard. Why is no one looking at mid? Immediately, Vera has so much space to work with. Spots up 1 inside of Boathouse. Neff and Tabs get 1 each, despite the fact that Boogie tried to trade out with his teammates. Still 1 more to worry about. It's gonna be Sage. Can Sage get a 1v4 is the question here. We want to see these miracle plays. We want to see the magic dust come out. But in this situation, with 4 players who are very, very experienced, to have very, very good crosshair placement and shots, might be a tall order. Here's Egoist. Just talked about it, and yes, he does start the magic dust. Here comes Egoist down for the count. Finding that, the tremor comes out, jump shot!
Oh,
He tried to reposition, but
that is so
Neff
satisfying.
read him so well.
It's not just it's just how satisfying he shot so far. It seems like so far the few games and few rounds we've been watching Neff.
17-8!
Yeah, 17-8.
Oh my god.
But for the past few rounds we've been witnessing, whether it's a Ghost or a Vandal in hand or their own did, it feels like the first shot he fires is always going to be such a crisp shot, you know. It's just so hard to...
I need to...
you can't hate this guy.
I need to talk to Neff and say, Neff, how much would you charge if you asked me to learn how to shoot like you? I only have $5 and a piece of gum.
But then again, it's just, I feel like it's only on a cent because he just understands
How the map
works.
Is very comfortable on this map if you think about it. Vera quickly takes Gen as well as Heaven. I really gotta give props to Vera. When it comes to taking space, this man is not afraid. He has a gun advantage. Finding Kai and finds Boogie. What a flick! And with the Spectre, very well done. Immediately taking up more space. Chrysania as well. And they are on a rampage, understanding the value of the Spectre on this map.
I thought I was looking... It feels like I'm watching Forsaken
Look at
for
him
a second.
smiling.
Of course, Vera is having a ball. I'm pretty sure he's screaming every time he gets all these multi-kills at such an overextended positioning as well. Can you imagine those two members of Team Path? They were just making their way to heaven suddenly. Out of nowhere, Vera just pops out and be like, "What's up, boys? Hello
You have
there."
to look at how Team Path was approaching Heaven as well. Both were looking in the sharp corner, and we're not
Just to
expecting
be
that.
sure,
Yeah,
right?
we're not expecting him to already push that far in.
It's just so fast.
Yeah, it's just so unlucky and just unfortunate. But Vera again, quick clear onto site, and look at how Vera plays with Neff. Immediately, the aftershock comes through. Vera takes up that space, gives the space to his teammates, and he already is overextended. He's playing inside of Chrysania's smoke here, but Wrath is ready this time. He knows, and he will punish him for doing the same thing again. Pop flash come through, but Toggle does get caught out by the siege. Has to come out, and here comes the aftershock as well, punishing and giving them so much space. But Wrath will stop him eventually. Knows there's one inside of Hell. Boogie gets a lot of space. Here's the footsteps as well. Coming through, immediately jump shot down. Chrysania, perfectly done. But Path with the nice crossfires cleared up the round. Perhaps this could be their comeback arc.
This is great. The adaptation is being made here in this round itself. Understanding, okay, they're gonna be flying towards us. Let's just hold our own, watch those crossfire angles, and see whether anything comes out from it. And Raph in particular, he is only watching towards the door, towards tree area, right? But he at least is somewhat prepared, especially already sort of predicting where he heard the cloudburst being transitioned towards the tree area. He says, okay, most likely Vera might be coming because there's one too many cloudbursts that was committed towards that. And absolutely prepared for it, got the nice quick pickup, because let's be honest, if he didn't, there's so much more control space that Vera has been setting for himself and his team.
Boogie this time with the Ares, and you can see that Toggle does not have a full shield. So we're still gonna need another round from Team Path to really have their economy fully recovered.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so let's see how this goes as we see immediately Toggle taking up that space amid, and it gets that value traded out by Vera, but without Egoist this might be a problem for them because no one is watching their flex.
The thing is, it's not too much of a loss, especially for Egoist, since he is the Sentinel. He's only great for the post plan.
Yep.
But then again, yes, losing one man in before they really hit the side, yes, it is quite the loss as it is.
Immediately, sound is cut. Wrath suspects that 3 are going to get 1, 2, get 3. Not going to be happening, but he does that damage already. Nif as well. He responds to it for 2 for 2. And I think this is a great situation for both teams. In a 2 versus 2 situation, what can you do here? We know that Nef is a brilliant breach. He's gotten a lot of value with his utils. He has the fault line ready. He does have a flash. And Crisanya as well with the paranoia can be very, very painful for Path if they want to play this on defense. Just rushing onto site here, and they have to clear out the area, playing inside of the smokes. And this time they know, because Vera is not going to be as aggressive, but immediately find someone walking through, and it's only Kai. Kai, can you make a 1v2 happen here is the question. Krichanya playing near the dice area, immediately spots out Kai. The paranoia is not going to give him any value. He sprays, but Crisanya is probably just laughing at this point.
Good attempt coming from Kai in particular as well. But then again, such boldness coming from Boogie, but I don't really blame him as well. They were really in a spot where they need to try to cripple this economy coming in from X10.
And he didn't even have the recon at that time as well because he used the point quite late. So by the time he used it, he doesn't have it up. So I'm really liking this pacing that X10 is giving. And I'm understanding the fact that for Path, they really tried to keep the momentum in their favor. But with X10 just playing so separated and getting those multi-frags, it's so hard for Path to have that aggression in their pocket. Oh, look how fast it's gonna be as Vera and Ego has got 1 each. Explosive plays coming for X10, catching Team Path off guard. Because before this, it was always at mid. Here we go, one more Vera, so much space taken, and he's going crazy. Quick picks, and he has all the space in the world to work with. With Wrath and Sage on that eco, what can they do? You can't really do much. Wrath does pick up Temps at the end of the day. Can they get 2 is the question. Yes, he does. Very well played with Sage, honestly, because they were so wary of that Marshall. They weren't aware of that Sheriff as well. They also have a pop flash coming up there. Nef, no reaction yet from Sage. Blind in return as well. Pisanya and Nef, 1 each. I have to say that it was an explosive start. Vera was walking all over the place, but it wasn't in vain. It was a pretty good thrifty.
It was really great. Like, the thing is, they did quite an amount of damage as well, but then again, it is currently the last round match point. And I understand the fact that actually they had no choice but to go for the saves for that round. They could try to make it happen, but Vera, my god, such a swift entry, didn't waste no time.
Look at how much space he took. He just ran around the boathouse.
Yeah, and the thing is that despite the smoke covers as well, and Kai tried to do his best to hold on the line with the Sheriff, that flank literally just sealed the deal here. But let's begin for this final round.
Oh man, Toggle, he wants to go for aggression. He wants to punish, but Temps was ready.
No.
You want to go aggressive? That's fine, I will punish you. That's exactly what they're seeing here. It's a big message. And for X10, you know how they are. They clear every single angle this time. And immediately, Vera is going to be found out there. The sprays come out. Unfortunately for Kai, not going to get a pick. His teammate coming through here. Krisanya with the great reposition. Gets 2 as Vera takes up that space. Boogie will punish him for that push. Plant already happening. And that Aftershock will just buy a lot of time. Fragment as well, not to allow them that space. You also have the Haunt up there as well. But here comes... You can hear the ultimate to come through. And immediately it's a firing squad from the side of X10. Boogie punishes that. Temps. Can he make this flick happen? 1, 2, not quite, but a good trade with Nef. It's gonna be a 13-5 and really show that Ascent is the map for X10.
Oh wow, that was what a game, what a performance that we were witnessing from X10 themselves here. But then again, also what a play coming from Team Path. They came in, they really showcased their skill, they showcased what they got and what they can actually show with, and I think they really ended this group stages on a really fine note for sure.
A high note, honestly. And they got a lot of value from that learning curves. They can play different things as well, especially that Icebox map. I think that they were getting a lot of new things that they wanted to execute out.
Correct. And the thing is, I was a little bit concerned because there were certain aspects of the match which they didn't really have much control as much as possible, but maybe that's because of such a play that's being made by Vera. Such aggression just sort of answers certain solutions to those problems, right? And then yes, I didn't miss out the fact that, just correct me if I'm wrong, I did not actually see any tripwire towards the middle area at all, not a single one.
It felt like for X10, they had so much space to work with. It was as though the defense coming in from Team Path had so many holes from come through, and Vera was free to not only take up space on mid, but also toward the back at the same time. And in this situation, yes, we have Boogie on the Sova, but it felt like it would have been better if we was Boogie on the Killjoy, because in this it felt like Boogie held more control with his utilities compared to Kai with his Cypher.
Yep. The thing is, I guess they just really want to try to play this fast pace, and Sova just elevates.
Yeah, that was a huge pick,
moment.
right? It was like 2 picks with this Hunter's Fury.
It did, and it's not just that. But then, other than that, I do not want to doubt the performances coming from Team Path. It's just that X10 just did it way better.
It really is. I mean, for X10, it's a map that they're very, very familiar with.
They're defenders, and they're pushing to spawn.
I mean that this is a very aggressive comp, honestly, when you think about it, because you can see how flexible how they played on defense and attack. Either they want to play defensive, they want to play fast, they want to push out. It felt like Team Path wasn't able to punish these different situations, and because it's not one single pattern coming in here from X10, Team Path was left in a situation where, okay, are they going to push this time, or are they going to go slow? When they go slow, they're punished for waiting. When they go fast, they're punished for pushing. At this point, what can you do? It's just the lack of experience just showing here.
Yeah, and we're also talking about the same few members that has not only been to VCT but also went all the way to the playoffs before. All a bunch of experienced players. Vera, of course, still one of the and I believe it was Thames, still relatively new. They just made their debut early last year.
You know what's really funny? I was streaming the other day, watch party, and Vera comes into my TikTok chat and he goes, "Yo, Tash, you're gonna see me get my head popped tomorrow." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And then the next day he proceeds to go top frag, and I was just like, "What are you talking about?"
I mean, technically, yes. Technically, Vera's not wrong. He still got his head popped off.
But he did the work.
Not just the work, he actually he popped 3 other heads in the process. So I'm like, hey man, if I could give my head for 3 others, I'm like, hey man, that's a good supermarket deal if anyone asks for it.
Yeah, and I'm just really liking the fact that X10 is taking their time to experiment and play with different agents, different comps. But honestly, their confidence on this particular map has been phenomenal. They were not afraid to take up space. They were not afraid to kind of put that pace and tempo on. And everyone has been fairly fast because they are very aware of how exactly Team Path plays it every round. And this is where I would really like to see more diversification.
It's really the playground for members like Neff as well. He just really loves this man. Understand where's the point of entry, what is required as well. Although yes, it's very fresh. I'm going to say the right thing. It's very fresh to see Neff on the breach, but he still just plays it dang well.
She does it all the time. I did say, remember when I first started casting VCT MYSG, when I was a small little baby, Neff as well as Lexi were the 2 people that I'm like, man, these 2 breaches make me so excited. When I see them on breach, it's like they're literally cyberbullies.
I mean, of course, but what I'm just saying, on the map percent, it was fresh because it has always been KO. It has always been his KO. But
and on top of that, the team play from X10, it was like, hey, you buy this, you buy this. This is how we're going to execute it. That communication was there, especially on the double Odin round.
Yep.
And it really tells us like how they talk in every single round and how they want to execute their utilities.
You know, sometimes I feel like when it comes to the comms, I feel like it's just all 4 members talking to themselves except Vera. Vera just like Vera's like a mini Forsaken, right? He's like, you guys do the big brain things. I'm just gonna do some damage. I'm just gonna go in.
Yeah. Oh, guys, I killed 2.
I don't think I don't think there's an IGL that just tells their duelists, it's like, hey man, not only are you going to entry, I want you to go even further. I don't think I ever heard an IGL to do that. I'm pretty sure it just says like, hey man, you do what you do best, get a bunch of kills, open up space, get control for us, and we're going to be fine. But what's even more fine, Tash, that's going to be the end of our first series, but don't go for too long. We have the last series here, the one that dictates it all, right after this quick short break. We'll see you guys after this.
destroyed, but Devon has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them!
Three
Are you
across each round. Only one of them's been.
Oh my God! So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it!
Kind of like see that, but oh my God, not again!
behind and retaliate still, but he has to cross.
Stop it!
When you thought you've seen it all, TX10 actually surprises us with not only new strats, but also a very, very aggressive and dominating play. Welcome back. This is the VCT Malaysia Singapore Split 1. I'm Tashman alongside Yoli. We are about to head to our second match of the day.
Oh man, and it's not just any match of the day. I believe this is going to be the first time I'm casting for Bleed Esports so far. I've been casting so far, like literally, this day alone marks the fact that I have already casted for all the teams. So it's been a really great feel, but at the same time, such great plays. really
Yeah.
such great players. This new roster that's coming, of course, we did have to bid adieu to some of the original core members of Bleed Esports as they are endeavoring in their own endeavors as well. But this new roster has been showing quite the promise. And of course, it is one of the few teams that everyone had the most highest expectation.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. After they talked about that scary pickup, I was just like, excuse me? You're really taking scary? That is scary because it's such a good addition to the team. But honestly, it's such a different recipe and different style of play, honestly, when you think
Correct.
about it. Because previously it was an EU Southeast Asia fusion, and now it's a full Southeast Asia fusion. And with the addition of the Thai players means extra spicy plays, and that's exactly what we saw.
And the best about it, we have Scary, who was the original first generation lineup for the lineup of X10. It's been with them and danced alongside with them for 2 years before he actually went to Azurcia. Then only came to Singapore, where he found his new and of course lovable team, Bleed Esports.
I mean, when you talk about Bleed, let's talk about the standings. So now today, we'll either put us in Enigma, where we put Bleed all the way up there with Enigma for a 6-1,
Yep.
or will Hey Yakiniku break some dreams? Because I remember, because I didn't watch yesterday, but everyone was telling me, Tash, you missed such a banger match. You missed the Red Love 4v1. I was like, what? A 4v1?
Oh, yeah.
Did you see it?
Yes.
Okay, tell me a little bit about it.
Oh man, it was really some crazy stuff actually really pulled, and it did came down to lady. Okay, I know people's gonna be hating me for saying this, but a little lady luck did came a long way to amplify even more as he elevated that 1v4 situation. As he did manage to isolate some of those players, managed to get some really great multi kills in the process, and it's really great stuff coming from Red Light. I think great decision making really came out of those really tight situations.
There are some times where you think that for teams that are, I would say, like Hey Yakiniku, where it was a rocky start for them, as we move toward the end of groups, it's been looking really good and they come back. And if you remember correctly, Hey Yakiniku and Team Path were at the bottom of the ladder for a long time. They had the same scoreline until it seemed like for the second half, they seemed to have swapped out different players, different strats, different gameplays, and it's looking so much better for them.
I mean, it's not just so much better. I think there is quite the growth and potential coming from all this team. But in particular, I still stand by my statement. I still stand by my statement to what I said in the phase where the team who had the biggest growth so far, I believe it was Kizuna Esports.
Kizuna Esports.
It was one of the most obvious growths as well. Like in the first 2 weeks, they struggled with
the top 3 teams they had to go through.
Exactly. But then after a certain change in certain role delegation, then you start seeing more wins, more W's coming out of those gameplays, a lot more swift, consistent gameplays as well in the hands of DXN, who was switching his role previously from a sentinel to a duelist. Wow!
Yeah,
I'm like,
I
hey.
was shocked. I was shocked when I saw that happen because personally, I thought that DXN was one of the greatest killjoys I have seen in this tournament from last year till now. So that swap in role, I was kind of concerned.
Everyone was concerned.
Yeah, but it looked so good. Regardless, let's have a look at our 2 teams that's about to head-to-head right now. Hey Yakiniku and Bleed. Now, for Hey Yakiniku, the team that's funded by a restaurant, they've been cooking, especially Redla. We saw what he managed to do there, and I think for them the potential has been great. Now, if just now I was looking at stats, did you know that DZ has one of the highest frag numbers in this tournament?
Oh yes, of course. Is somewhat to be expected. Of course, there are other stats where he's among the top 10, but when it comes to just ACS alone, he's definitely one of the top 1 or 2nd placing alongside with Zan.
He's top.
Oh yeah, sorry.
He's at the top. Yes, he's at the top.
Number 1.
Number 1. I was talking to production about it just now. We were just looking at the numbers and the stats.
Can we probably say that he's number 1 in Singapore then?
Yeah, why not?
When it comes to just the group stages alone.
I thought it was going to be Shinsei, honestly, but surprisingly...
Zan, honestly.
Wow, I think honestly it's going to move around by all 3, but honestly at this point, DZ, I'm not surprised because it's sort of like DZ going crazy and forward. Now, if you want to talk about Bleed, I think like the difference is because if you asked me last season who is the highest fragger, I would easily say Darien.
Oh, yes.
But now with the addition of Juicy to the team, Darren taking a step back, kind of like flexing between Sentinel and Duelist, and Juicy kind of playing. I wouldn't say as for Duelist wise, Juicy is a very hard hitting person when it comes to getting those strikes. But you notice the way they play, it's a very held back situation. They don't want any overheats, they don't want any overpeaks. It's very, very disciplined.
I mean, definitely for sure. And like just like because I believe we have said enough about our international players like Scary and Crazy Guy for sure.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about our local one, right, from Singapore, which is called JH. Darien and Juicy. JH, he has been floating around. Ever since VALORANT came out from the very first VCT, he has been floating around in many teams, and literally there must be a reason why they want this guy. Like why every team wants to play alongside or have them in their roster, right? There is some form of value that Bleed Esports found within JH, and they literally said we have to have them. We have to have it in our lineup to be our backbone.
I was gonna say that for JH, the biggest value I've seen from him is his refrag potential. When you think that the front lines have gone down, and then there's no one there to do anything, there's JH with the double, triple kills. And he's been doing so well. And if it's even him just on the side alone, he buys the team so much time to rotate. And I think that is really huge coming in from Bleed when you think about it, because individually, they are all very, very strong. And they've had like this really good play-making potential. But we can also look onto the other side of the coin. Because if you want to see in terms of Yakiniku, I feel like each player has been huge, especially right now with the 1v4. And now with the addition of Shiba, who is a very, very experienced player, it kind of turned this team into somewhat of an elevated experience, in my opinion.
And the thing is, and just continuing on the subject of being experienced, right? There's nothing more worthy to be the face of experienced veteran players in the
Shiba never has his picture on these things.
Yeah, he never has
it.
Ever since from the very first time we ever saw his debut in the VCT, never once did he show his picture. We have seen his face cams, we have seen his VODs, but we just haven't seen his picture.
He doesn't like to take a selfie. What do you have to say?
He feels like he's like an absolute ghost. But yeah, like I was saying, right, the one who is literally the definition of experienced veteran VALORANT player would be Redla. He's one of the oldest players that we have.
He's also moved through so many different teams at the same time. I mean, it's very similar to JH, honestly, at one point. But at this point, if you look at Singaporean teams, I think like each player seems to have been a teammate once at one point.
Which is really funny, because like what I believe I told FaZe before this, right? A lot of these teams in our current roster in this group stages is pretty much either have played against each other, denied each other, removed each other, and finally got together to each other. And speaking of which, these are your players head-to-head between Darien and Redla.
You know why I chose Darien and Redla?
Oh, why?
Because these are two players that I would never see the head-to-head together. Because we're not seeing the head-to-head as duelists here. We're seeing them as sentinels.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course. And the thing is this, Redla in particular is not just a sentinel. He has also played other roles as controllers, initiators, whatever. And of course, this comes down to what kind of maps that they will be facing in the group stages itself. And I love the fact that not only is he experienced, he's very versatile in his agent pool. It's very massive. Like we already did say, it's like a huge pointer to have a player not just flex, but have total mastery of a majority of the ages, especially when it comes to meta composition, until a proficient level. And then we have Darien, right? He is also not only the definition of flex, but he also is a fantastic duelist. Like Redla in particular, I know he can play a duelist, but he definitely is a lot more comfortable giving the title of hero to his other members, like for example Shiba or Brandon, to take on the role here. But Darien, on the other hand, that is the definition of a hero right there.
Yeah, I think for Darien, with him going onto the Cypher for certain maps has been doing so well from him.
He's
because
very happy.
Yeah, it takes a lot of pressure off his shoulders is number one. Number two, we've seen him hold side on Ascent. And it's really terrifying seeing him do that particular setup, how he plays around the generator with his cage. And on top of that, you kind of like put it together with his very aggressive style fights, as well as repositions and very sharp skills of shooting. It makes for a very, very scary composition. And I feel like across the board for a lot of different regions as well, we're starting to see a lot of the duelists kind of go back into Sentinel role. We saw that from Tens, from Sentinels as well. So I'm really wondering why this has happened. Is it whether or not they're trying something new, or they want for a more aggressive Sentinel?
And the thing is this, when you're switching your more aggressive duelist towards a lot more of a nicer slow pace, but a little bit more responsibility towards the post-plant or defense kind of role, it does give a lot more comfort, a lot more priorities, especially when it comes to fragging, because you're a lot more focused on crossfire angles instead of diving so aggressively and risking into the side. But of course, this is the map selection.
Ascent.
Split, come on. Give me that split. Give me that Pearl, because that's the two maps I really want to see. I've been denied. Pearl, thank you. And I mean, Thank you.
Oh
Seriously.
man, so on the first day I casted, I believe it was a Pearl map for Bleed against Kizuna, and Bleed completely steamrolled over them. And the fact that Yakiniku wants to challenge Bleed on their map that they have such a good win percentage on speaks volumes. And now Bleed on Split, it's also another statement match. And I remembered that for Split, Bleed had a pretty good run on that map is number one, and number two, with their new composition with Darion on the Cypher. Astra.
Yeah, he actually, when he played on the platform of Split, he actually played Astra.
Oh
Darian.
my god. What?
Yeah.
Okay, I need to rewatch all these VODs. I clearly missed a lot.
That's what I'm saying, right? That's why Darian is the definition of not just a flex player, but also a duelist as well. He has literally not only took a dip, but he took a dive in every single role here in the group stages, which is really crazy to me. But first things first, I want to scream. I'm gonna scream a little bit. Yes, Split! Finally,
I have a Split enjoyer.
Hell
oh
yeah.
my god!
And the best part about it, it is the map where it's like it's literally so perfect, picture perfect for Raze. I want to see some really great Raze plays. I've seen some from in the hands of Juicy. I want to see how Yakiniku is going to answer
DZ.
this. But then again, I'm a little bit curious to why Yakiniku actually picked Pearl. Like, of all the teams that they played against, right? They have always tried to ban Pearl. Pearl was not one of their top 3 bans, but it's definitely one of their most bans that they have in the pool in the group stage. So, interesting thing to see Pearl here.
I'm wondering what they're cooking, honestly, because again, we've seen Bleed on that map.
Marinating Bleed.
Exactly. I'm actually scared for
marinating it real well.
I'm just worried for Yakiniku here, because you are challenging Bleed on this map that they have steamrolled not just X10 but also Kizuna.
Toda and Kizuna.
And
X10.
Yeah, and X10. So the track record for Bleed on this map, I mean, to be fair, they have a lot of...
win rate.
Exactly, 100% win rate is one. Number two, I'm just wondering if Yakiniku managed to microscope into every single micro play and macro play they have done. Because if you remember Pearl, the reason why they win it so well is because of how well they can control the map.
Correct.
Remember, Scary.
I mean, of course, Scary is like one of the, literally the face of controllers here. The thing is, we have talked about a lot of teams like Flaring and everyone else, they're dedicated controllers, right? But this guy, the way Scary does it, right? The timings on when he utilizes certain utilities. In some cases, for some players, they'll be like, oh, that's actually pretty lucky, a good read. But Scary, he's just like, I know what you're going to do.
Exactly.
You understand that 2 years when he was playing along X10.
It's not just about understanding how you use utilities. It's also that understanding like, okay, this is my utilities up, and relaying that information to your teammates. Wall going down. Are you going to swing? Are you going to hold? Or are you going to throw in a different util to kind of like compensate with that wall going down? In this case, you mentioned that we have Darren running on Astra.
Yeah.
Might be having a double situation there.
Yeah, and the thing is, I guess you can say it's somewhat understandable because you do want to have a Viper when you're playing on the map of Split, but also at the same time, Viper isn't really what you could really call a proper smoker, so you do need to have some more cover, or more proper one as well. That's why Astra comes into the lineup. We do see a couple
It's so good though when you think about it. One thing about Astra, remember that everyone was saying like, oh, Astra is not viable anymore after the nerf, but then teams started getting very creative, doing double smokers with her, and it started to look very good. We saw Astra Omen, we saw Astra with Viper, and honestly, if you look at this map pick here, as you mentioned before, Pearl 100% win rate, Icebox 100% win rate. Oh my god, 50 for Split. I honestly don't blame him.
Yeah, and the thing is, Split was actually the one map which Team Path was able to take out the point for them. Take off 1 point away from them, but they did not win the series. Bleed Esports was the one who had the final line and final say. But that's what I'm saying, right? Split is really the kind of map where whoever is able to assert the dominance the most, literally to keep the opponent team in their place with such individual skill plays or with aggressive plays at the same time, I think it's going to be the one to actually take the win for Split. But Pearl on the other hand, a lot of utilities to be invested. How much are they able to mask their intention, especially with long and short, and that's happening at the same time? It's so risky here. If there is Chamber, I can guarantee it. If Chamber was still a thing, Chamber would definitely be one of the most picked and literally be handling long. for the entire time.
Yeah, and I honestly thought at one point Chamber was a little bit too strong, which is why the nerf it happened.
It killed him.
It killed him, but you saw Yay on him. I mean, it's Yay. It's Yay, so you can't say anything.
He makes the crowd go yay every single time. Doesn't matter what kind of agent he's playing, just be like, yay, he's here.
I mean, it's not really, Yay in general, why he's so good on the Chamber is because he has good aim in general. He doesn't really have to worry too much about the utilities. But now coming back to
and economy doesn't matter for that agent.
Exactly. But coming back into why Chamber's not picked for here, I think there's a lot of other agents that can do better on long in particular. And if you are looking at the first map, what's the first map again? Was it Pearl, right? Pearl. So coming into Pearl, I think what I've noticed the most about this particular map is the fact that you not only have to take control of the area of mid, but also the area of main at the same time. But a lot of situations or a lot of time, we either see a fight over on main or even mid. It's always going to be a cluster over there. But as we look at Yakiniku's map pool here, 100% win rate on Haven. But the rest, we haven't seen Split. We haven't seen Lotus. And even then, Pearl, 0% win rate. I'm curious, 0-3 on this map. Are you serious right now? Do you really want to risk this?
That's why I'm actually really curious. Like, what is like you said, what are they cooking up here? I feel like there's some kind of marination that they managed to come up with quite recently. A secret sauce they're going to be trying to use against Bleed Esports, and they of course attempt to try. But we also do know quite well that Bleed Esports, they are welcoming challenges. They don't dread from it. They don't fear from it. They are willing to take it head on and then try to find a solution how to counter it here. But of course, this is the very last series that we have in the group stage to, I guess you could say in a way, to solidify their positioning here. And of course, if Bleed wins, pretty much equalize alongside with Enigma Gaming. And I think that is a whole different series on deciding who's going to be taking which point of the brackets later on in the playoffs. But if Yakiniku wins on the other hand, that's going to ensure Enigma Gaming is sitting at that very top.
There's a lot to talk about, a lot to unbox, but when it comes to Bleed, their execution has been great, how their teamwork works, and how exactly, if you notice how Bleed plays with utilities. I talked about this for X10, it's the same thing for Bleed, and I feel like for Bleed in general, it's always been a little bit better compared to X10. Unless just now we saw that Icebox map, we started to see a different sort of gameplay coming in from X10. But we're not going to see that X10 versus Bleed yet, at least until next stage. So for now, let's keep our eyes onto Bleed and Yakiniku. Personally, for Yakiniku, I have a lot of high hopes. It feels like after that big Redla play that I've heard of, I feel like with Chiba in and Redla in, it might just show a different composition. The players are a lot more experienced, and we might see some heavy hitting action.
I mean, that's exactly what we're trying to look for as well. It's pretty much an all-out brawl here, because I guess you could say we can sort of differentiate between the regions, the play style that we have in various regions. Like for the EU, it's all about utilities. The NA is all out brawls and fight, which everyone is loved to and be entertained by.
And A fights are very fun to watch, and A hits, unless it's NRG. NRG was the only one that was a little bit different in my opinion, especially their Icebox was very strange, but not just strange, but it was strange in a good way. I welcome that kind of interesting picks. DRX as well, if you remember. And now as we come back to our region, it's very, we talked about the embodiment of W gaming, correct? But I'm seeing this change from across of Singapore, Malaysia, where everyone is putting their foot on the brakes now instead of going so aggressively, because everyone is understanding how to counter this aggression and understanding that taking up space and getting information is more important than aggression, and you can't really do the same thing as you used to anymore.
And although yes, I do agree with you, but there are also some times where we need to see who are the teams and who are the rosters, because there are just some teams where yes, utility-based teams are really fantastic. Very clean, very smooth, very quick execution. We all love that. It's very methodical.
Yeah.
But then suddenly we see some really powerhouse thing where they just don't care. I mean, yes, utility usage from them is great, but it's just more to elevate them further, because their fragging abilities, their aggression just makes up for whatever they were initially lacking. Yeah,
personally, I also think that the reason why Juicy has been enabled to take so much space and so many picks early as well is the understanding of that refrag value. And even as Arena, I think the biggest scare for me whenever he walks onto the site is the crossfire from a team holding an angle. But whenever he gets a pick, he gets two, and I'm like, okay, he's gonna get traded out. No, his teammates already walking in with him. And that's I would say, the teamwork coming in from Bleed, because I talked about this last year that Darren seems to be a little bit further ahead compared to his teammates, and I think they fixed that.
And the thing is this, right, when it comes to agent selection, especially in the hands of Bleed, they are actually moving away from the traditional smoker. They actually opt to go for the Brimstone all over the Astra, which has been commonly one of the few common pickups. It's not only just for the cover from the Nebula, but the Gravity Wall has been really great when they're on the defending side. However, for Bleed, they love those lineups. They absolutely love those lineups.
Yeah, we saw Crazy Guy and Scary. They love doing that. And if you remember Icebox, right? Crazy Guy and Crazy Guy and Scary were always the last two left standing, and they have a nice combination of lineups going on. It makes defusing so hard for the enemy team.
It's just that difficult, and also at the same time, bringing in a double dual assist in usual cases. There are some terms to be.
I mean, we saw this lineup,
about.
right? For Pearl, this is the same lineup they'd use every single time, and it's steamrolled every single team.
Of course, it has. They have been using great flanking maneuvering and also fragging superiority to actually come out on top in a lot of these fights. So, hey, Yakiniku really need to step up if they really want to take on against such an aggressive team.
Yeah, for the aggressive, I think like for Bleed, they play aggressive on both attack and defense.
They just don't care.
They don't care because if you think about it, for Bleed, the idea of Pearl is taking as much space as possible and holding on to it. It doesn't matter whether it's attack or defense. And even if you were to play for just explosive play, getting onto site, the retakes have been phenomenal.
You know, I wouldn't even be surprised. Actually, no, I'm confidently to call it right now that in the very pistol round itself, they will actually just push out. One of them will push out. Either Darian or Juicy is going to push out.
It's going to be juicy. It's going to be juicy. If you look at how they went into taking long on gun round, if you remember in the previous round, is because there's a pillar in the middle. You have Juicy coming out with the Leer and Darian rushing forward. And as soon as the Leer comes out, Juicy will clear the side and Darian updrafts onto Jen and goes straight into halls. That's so much space taken in such a small amount of time.
But of course, with that being said, this is our last series for today, Clash here. First game as well on the map of Pearl. One of the few maps that Yakiniku bans out the most. Let's see what kind of secret sauce that they have for our hands here on the map of Bleed. Weaponry Rise, 4 ghosts on the hands of Yakiniku. You definitely could be telling that they'll be playing a lot more on those angles. Gonna go for those peaks. And a frenzy on the hands of Crazy Guy.
Look at how aggressive they are already, pushing out forward. They have a very aggressive shock dart, and it does tag on to Brandon. Darian tags up there, no damage done, immediately gonna reposition with his dash. Even though they didn't get a value in terms of picks, it does give him the value in terms of information. Now, immediate dash to the side, Dizzy will be sprayed into his smoke. He has all the access into Hall, and Darian gets the first pick. It'll be Shiba. Now, without Shiba, the problem is there's no knife. Brandon goes down at the same time. Beautiful sprays by Crazy Guy. Darian playing this very aggressive corner with Crazy Guy at the same time. They can go for the crossfires. Immediately gonna spray out. JH gets one more. Darian and Crazy Guy one each. A very clean round, and that's exactly why they play aggressive early, because you get the tag on the HP and move out of the way.
Look at the crossfire, right? They literally just held their own. Nothing too aggressive, nothing too much forward. Just got the initial intel, did a little bit of a poke damage with the shock dart. Got the necessary intel, and of course the conclusion of the fact that, alright, they're going to be attacking us, they're going all in for this B side. We already got enough hit counts on how many people are on the side. Fell back while the rest of the team rotates through over. If you notice, the defenders on the A side did not even double check it. They just had total faith that, alright, no one's going to be flanking us. We just run straight to that B.
Because it's a very early round and very fast. That's the reason why they know that. Regardless, it's going to be scary here on the aggression that sprays does tag into Shiba.
That hot smoke, man.
Yeah, it's a very nasty smoke. I'm really liking the fact that how Scary plays this. If you notice, every single smoke is put down, there's a nice little corner that he can play in.
Oh, yeah. Great picks. He knows someone has already passed through.
Yep, here's another smoke coming through. And the full faith that his teammate is ready to the refrag. And JH gets 2. Beautifully done. And that's the beauty of it. So many players get caught with their hands in the ability jar, but not Bleed. That ability of knowing your teammate is behind you for that refrag is huge. Now, Bleed for Juicy and the other members are just going to go straight up forward. We talked about taking up space and holding it. It's exactly what Juicy is doing. Does Juicy know that Shiba is coming through? Oh, it's a beautiful refrag. And coming from the backside is going to be Juicy at the same time. Flawless run. They didn't even take a single gun out of their hands. And look at that. Crazy Guy didn't even change his gun.
You know, the best part about it as well, with Darian actually saving money, he didn't buy any weapon because he has an option to get a very early operator. And there it is. A very fast operator. Round 3. I've never seen on round 3 itself you can get an operator that fast. And yes, it may not be full armor, but still just enough. And that's going to allow you to hold B very comfortably. He can choose to overextend even further, and that will give even more space and more control towards his team, and just limit the amount of areas where, hey, Yakiniku will be attacking. But either way, now let's begin.
They're trying to opt for that mid control here, and I think it's giving them a lot of space so far. No movement yet from Bleed because they didn't really hear much, honestly, from the mid side. Regardless, you can see that they're playing very, very separated, and those shots are going to set everything off in motion. You can see the reposition from Scary straight onto A, playing with the turret instead. We see the flash come through immediately. Quick flicks from Banaf. Gets their smoker out of the way, and this is going to give them a lot of access to the site. But the quick rotations to come through, and look where Darion is. He can go for the backstab if he wants to, making sure that it's not a fake. Taking up the space from Art all the way. Link 2A is the name of the game here. They have those utils just to avoid them to get on the site. And look at the amount damage coming in. And immediately the trade. Juicy does so good. JH does go down, but not before he pops those nades. And that's exactly what you need him to do. Another planet comes through. Juicy just wall banging here. Not allowed to do that. Has to move away because the wall bang from the other side is not giving him the value. Crazy guy Juicy. What? Beautiful crossfire through the smokes. That's all you have to do, especially with Spectres. And with those spams, they get it out of the way. Another layer to come through. Redla still holding on to the corner. Juicy for 3 already. Redla, can he do a 1v4? Again, not quite. It's going to be the 4K in the pocket of Juicy instead.
That was exceptional. Absolutely exceptional hole coming from it. Although, yes, there were times where just spraying through the smoke and he still got it. It's an absolutely phenomenal game sense. But the thing is, I love the body system they had initially, where the thing is, Scary was actually trying to play off JH turret, right? Where he knows that for the fact that they were trying to remove it. He tried to swing at the same time to try to catch the gunner off guard. However, Yakiniku still kept the body system solid. They always ensure someone is covering his teammate, and a very good picking. Honestly, removing one of the smoker was really great initially, but it's no Astra. It's no gravity well. The main person of threat will still be JH with that nanostorm for the defense. They still managed to get the plant, but the chip damage has been done.
Yeah, it's honestly so good. I like that he knew his responsibility was to put in that damage with the nano swarm. Oh, Darion, he sees it and he takes it.
So clean.
So good, but DZ
That's even better.
responds. But Crazy Guy this time is ready to get the teamwork, get the teammate back. So not the worst situation in the world. They lost 3 already, just like that, as though saying that, yes, you may have gotten our Darion out of the way, but we are good for the multi-frags in return. Crazy Guy now with the op, and we know that he can be just as scary and as bitey as Darion, regardless, as the smoke settles, as the dust settles. You can see this, the spike is on B long still. They have not moved a single moment as Brandon. I like this Crazy Guy's game sense is huge. Understands that there might be one more coming in from Link. The reposition back to A is, to main is huge because he knows that if someone is pushing in from double doors, that means they want to push back onto B main. Slow movements from Redla. Gonna try and go for these ultimate orbs. It's gonna be farming. It's gonna be huge for him if he manages to get picked. He gets so much space, but I think he might just be saving it for the next round. With Crazy Guy's reposition, he's also one off his ultimate. Redla picks off one more, and immediately the smokes come down from Scary. JH coming through. He's gonna pick up that op. Can he pop some heads here is the question. The turret from their side taken out, switches out to the op. The sprays from main does not realize that Juicy is pushing through, and this is Juicy moving off the information from his teammates.
Look at that info. That info alone. Don't need to challenge it, spotted it out, relayed over to Juicy, and he just sprays through at an angle and he just gets the shot. This is not the first time he did it. He just did this the 2 rounds before this as well. 2 rounds in a row through the smokes, just from game sense alone. Absolutely on point coming from Juicy, and he hasn't died yet just yet. They have an Empress, they have a Hunter's Fury. That is really massive for them to use. But then again, Yakiniku has to lock down the play with here. If Dizzy is able to get at least 2 more frags, or at least an ultimate orb in the process, then we will have a massive power source that he can try to utilize. But look at that aggression coming in from Darion.
My God. Thought it was going to be a call-out, but he is actually tagged out of the way.
I thought he was going to get punished for it.
Yeah, it was a good reposition, honestly. Regardless, clears out Dice. Just playing around the corner. This is a very weird off angle coming through here. Immediate sprays from the other side. And look at that Juicy. Immediately spotted out by Brandon. Crazy Guy does get the Hunter's Fury up onto Banaf, and immediately you hear the lockdown put down. It's gonna give them so much space, and Darion still picks off Dizzy. And he has his Blaze Storm of his own. just gonna hold away from the site a little while as they kind of burst into the site here. The other members push through. Immediately, the blades come out, finds Brandon, and the immediate re-push forward. Sheba has to give up that space. Aldron perhaps gonna give all that value. Darren holding in from this side, has to move away. My god, Sheba eats that damage, sprays out from the other side by Scary. Crazy Guy goes down, Redla making work happen as Redla gets 2, and he gets 3. Redla clutch huge, and he still has that momentum from yesterday.
Oh, Redla, he stands his ground and he will deliver them. What a round. Despite all the odds, despite the amount of damage that they received initially before getting to the site. Hunter's Fury, Nano Swarm, initial chip damage as well. They suffered. They suffered terribly. But of course, Redla was the one who will have the final laugh. What an astonishing round for itself. Honestly, couldn't get more closer than that. I thought that was pretty much it, but he did manage to isolate those fights into a 1v1 that sort of brought up his success, or at least give him more chances for the success.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, we can understand what he can do in a 1v4. I was surprised that Bleed was playing so separated that way, and this time, Yakiniku is not gonna fall for the same tricks twice. Darian forced to reposition. The Cosmic Divide, not gonna give Darian that access. Crazy Guy playing close. He is suppressed. Like it or not, he has to rely on his teammates' information. Immediately the Haunt goes down. He sprays out, takes the Prowler out of the way, and that Seize is gonna find him. It's gonna be an open plant. They can play from main here, but no pushes just yet. I think for the team, it's best for them to just wait for the Cosmic Divide to go down. And it goes down eventually. Hey, Brandon just eats up that nade. Beautifully done. That Molly putting in that damage. JH still waiting, and here comes the Orbital Strike. Finds Sheba. Crazy Guy does find him in the end. Despite that, they hear the diffuse sound. The sprays come out at the same time. JH good for 1. Can he do 2? Have to check the right side. They immediately find him. And the firing squad gives no place at all for them to even save the diffuse.
You know, usually when you're already planted and you're playing with that spot, it's pretty much you do have the better scenario. You do have the better covers. You do have the better angles. It's just that Bleed, every member just literally has an answer to certain questions or angles that's currently being thrown at them. I thought it was pretty much, hey, Yakiniku's round. So I think it's okay. They're in a good spot. They got the plan. They all they have to do is play and play around with the time. I understand they had to do a couple of pre-firing as well, just to ensure the spider get diffused halfway. But dang, Bleed,
They stuck it.
They took the fight to them head on. They didn't even care.
Yeah,
Absolute
they
confidence.
understand that in order to win in a long fight, they have to push up to deny them the area that they can actually hold. Now for Bleed, the suspicion that Bleed is that Yakiniku will be coming from mid is there. We can hear the pings already coming through from JH. He does have 1 Molly there, so he can pop it just to buy some time. And here's the alarm bot taken out, and he's gonna pop that immediately onto double doors. And for another rotation will be coming through. DZ tried to go in from the side and immediately respecting the fact that Crazy Guy is close by because there was the shock darts come through.
That'll be for sure.
Still buying time. And I think it's going to be an A hit regardless. They are on a deficit. They don't have the guns. Pop flash out. Can they get the value? Because look at how Bleed is holding. It's holding to the top side and immediately pop flash come out. Immediately the sprays come out. DZ with the Blade Storm and JH denies him more picks. Bleed for 1 more. JH as well. JH for 3, honestly. A nasty angle he's playing with. They are going to get deny the plant rather, as Benaf, final man left alive. What can he do? He doesn't have to save. He is on a deficit, but what he wants to do here, the goal that he wants to achieve is to pop some hits. And with them holding these angles together, JH for a 4K in the pocket. Unfortunately, no ace just yet.
Well, yes, unfortunately for that one for sure. And I love the fact that they actually had a little bit more confidence to hit that A side, because they just took into account what utility was used against them. They spotted the alarm bot, they spotted the first nanostorm. They figured, okay, the other nanostorm is still going to be the A side. Let's try to fall back, try to see if we can try to get some control towards the middle door areas. They spotted out another nanostorm. Then they say, hey, there's really not much other utility to really stop them at all. So that's why they had a lot more confidence. Despite being on pistol and no rifles, they rushed into the side, tried to get to the back of it, but because of the weapon disparity, still couldn't win out against the rifles.
It's a little bit hard, honestly, because you don't have the value of that wallbang as well. Can't spray, but Juicy playing aggressive. He does not get away with it, gets punished immediately. And for now, Scary is there at least for refrag for 2. Scary! 2-for-2 situation, but he does put in that damage already. Now without Banaf and Dizzy, it's gonna be an issue, but Redla is there for the lockdown. Lockdown, not allowing Bleed to at least take out the site, but Jay says, understanding the fact that he can quickly move backwards, so he's holding the line, does get a little bit of a tag, but for now, they have to leave the site open, and immediately, Hey Yakiniku gonna take up that space, using the utils, using the boss, immediately the spray out, Jay! Oh my god, this man fears nothing, sprays out, Redla does find Darren eventually, Jay finds one more, and now it's down to 1v2. Redla can do magic, but they can't do more than that because this time they decide to swing together.
That's right. That's like one of the ways to, and they're literally telling themselves, all right, let's try to avoid this kind of situation. Let's try to take this fight. Ooh. Now I still got time. He decided to go for the weapon switch. The operators is the priority, not the mine. Spy's not important, guys. Operator is more expensive. It's more important. That's the main priority. But yes, coming back to what I was saying, I love that the fact that they straight away adjust the situation. They said, all right, we can't let Redla take these fights in a 1v1. He's a lot more comfortable, a lot more confident. His fragging abilities is something to be aware. And yes, that's what I'm trying to...
I have never seen that yet, honestly.
I need to know where this is. That is so adorable. And they're praising a shorty? Is that a shorty?
That's not a shorty, that's
a... The cane, at an angle, the cane looked as if like the handle. So I was like, oh wait, it looks like a shorty.
Yeah, it's... Well, they're having a party, I think. But coming back into this, look how dominant they are. 3 rounds in a row. Oh, I just realized that. Anyways, moving back into the game, this smoke from... I mean, it's a good suppress, but at the same time, you have to give it to Scary. He puts out his utils so fast. And even though you want to kind of stop him from doing that, he's just so quick at making sure that it gets the smokes get out before the knife actually gets thrown out. Regardless, for JH, he's been doing a fabulous job holding down mid, and this time Juicy learned his just lesson to not push out too much. And I'm really liking the fact that every round is a reposition, I would say a readjust for the side of Bleed. No one in just yet, and immediately so much value coming in. Bleed for 2 already. Scary moving together with the Nano Swarm as well as the Alarm Bot, putting in havoc and pain into Hey Yakiniku.
Oh man, like the just constant repositioning of utilities as well, and just putting bodies as well. Just keeps forcing Hey Yakiniku to be on their toes.
Oh man, immediately, great crossfire. Clean!
Very clean.
The immediate response from Bleed to the utilities and information is massive.
Like if you notice as well, for every single round, they don't really keep the same place of utilities every single time. They're constantly shifting here, keeping Hey Yakiniku on their toes. Like they're trying to figure out, like staying like, okay, is the Nanostorm still going to be here? Is the turret going to be on towards the middle area? Is Jay going to
be playing forward?
And like even in, not just utilities, even bodies, they are adjusting to fit certain answers or certain tactics that they want to try to utilize in a round. Like for example, if Scary is playing main, there won't be a Nanostorm. Nanostorm is going to be played somewhere else. Because Scary and Juicy are the Nanostorm. They are the deterrent for anyone who's going to be coming through that A main.
And I'm really liking the fact as well that for Juicy playing forward, Scary behind him is the understanding that he might need that backup. And Crazy Guy with those sprays tags too. Huge situation, but nothing too scary. Oh, Redla. That's a 1v1 situation? No, it's a 3. 1-for-1 situation trade at least. Not the worst case in the world, but Juicy has done his job.
Oh,
without Redla, this is a little bit hard, I believe, at least for the post plant. But I think the problem for them has always been to get into the site to make sure they can work on for that post plant. Immediately, Hey Yakiniku onto the site. The orbital site gonna deny them that plant, and immediately Dizzy. At least gonna find Scary out of the way. But it's after the fact that the orbital strike has been used. No more smokes for Bleed in this situation. No detainments either, as the utilities still in JH's pockets. So it's a nice little, I would say, great utility usage to come through. But for the other members of Hey Yakiniku, they're gonna have to pop the Nightfall to come out and immediately gonna push forward here. Dizzy breaking that turret. JH can't hear anything, marked and decayed, but the Nano Swarm gonna find one more. Crazy Guy does find Shiba eventually. Crazy Guy with the spray is not gonna happen. Darion with the off, Dizzy for 3. Can he get one more? Dizzy, huge, punishing Darion.
Oh my lord, that was absolutely phenomenal. That was so crazy. Like initially, I was a little bit concerned because we had such an aggressive push, like such an extension forward being made by Juicy and Scary. And the thing is this, thanks to Redla, if he actually was not able to pick up one or at least try to slow down that overextension, they would have rotated all the way down to the mid area and literally season them in such a spot, in such a kill zone here. But then again, such an expensive round for Bleed nonetheless.
It was. And honestly, I was surprised at that 2v2 in the mid side there. I was not expecting that to happen so quick. Regardless, Darren in a reposition, going to play so close to B main. And I think the suspicions have been that it's going to be an A hit once again. Because if you've noticed, most of the rounds that Yakiniku has been working out has been the A side, and immediately going to have Redla putting on that lockdown. And the slow rotates come through, but Scary is there at least to put down those smokes. They also have the null command at the same time. 2 ultimates just to get onto site here, you have to remember. And immediately, Knife as well, just to clear out the backside. Dizzy gonna use the Cloud Burst just to get that space, but immediately JH with the swing. He has amazing pop and swing. Can he do it twice? It's a question, not quite, but Crazy Guy is ready to help him out here as Benaf, taking up so much space toward the backside, moves away from that fragment. JH does not move at all. Juicy finds Redla, Darren clean this time. And again, Bleed. They learn from every round. They don't make it.
The thing is this, there's nothing else I can say about the tournament except for the fact that just absolutely clean Valorant gameplay. That's pretty much all. That's all she took. Not utilities, yes, helpful, did buy some time, but it just came down to just clean Valorant.
Honestly,
everyone just fragging out.
I'm just so surprised at JH's performance because it was a fragment thrown in, and usually in that situation, a lot of players are going to be looking elsewhere.
Oh, yeah.
But he was ready with his crosshair. He was already ready that it was a flash out for him. Insane.
And the thing is, it's because of the initial aggression that was being made by Dizzy. He was already reached the back of the side. He even threw out the Cloud Burst. Understanding the trajectory where the Cloud Burst was coming from, he knew, all right, Dizzy is around here. I already got my crosshair placement, even though I'm being forced out by the fragment.
Aggressive Darion is what we want to see, as well as the op. But no one is coming toward him because B, Link is where they're going to go to. They checked out Link. No one is there quite yet. They can move toward A if they want to. They have all that space to go. And I think they're pushing it all the way to the back of site if they want to. That's a lot of space they're taking.
I mean, that's one of the beauties of when you have full control of middle area, right? You can sort of isolate the entire team and just have a really comfortable time trying to see how you want to dictate the round. It's just a matter of whether Bleed is able to read the round properly and the fact that whether it's going to be a B or A hit. However, understanding that Killjoy is always going to be positioned towards this A side, they do not want to deal with the nanostorm. They just want to hit those fights head on.
Oh, this is a very good read. No movement at all from Bleed. Very disciplined. Understanding that they don't have to retake, they just have to hold as a defender. Quick, immediate executes as Bleed is going to be punished. Juicy for 2, Dismiss and Empress. Punished by Brandon, but Darion is there for the refrag. Shiba does take down Crazy Guy and Darion with another pick onto Shiba. Clean round, only losing 2. Huge, because remember that even though they had mid here, Bleed did not respond.
Unfazed. I think that's the right word. Unfazed coming from the members of Bleed Esports, despite the fact that they didn't really have enough intel. But at the same time, if you remember how far forward Darion was positioning himself, it's already limiting down to which is the only area of entry which they're going to be coming from. That's why you saw the crosshair placement. Even though the smoke and cosmic divide and the horn came down, unfazed. Juicy was absolutely right out in the open with no cover, but he's just that confident and just that good. He just got that frag so carelessly as well.
Oh man, what a round for Bleed. And again, showing us why exactly they are the kings of Pearl for MYSG, at least for the time being. Haunt, no value just yet. He is a very early one. At least it just gives the suspicion that there's no one onto A. No movement yet because they are at an idea that perhaps Bleed can play it slow. Dizzy has to be forced away from Hall to reposition. But this angle he's playing in does get that value, but these smokes are not giving him any favors. And look at the 1-2 tag coming in from Bleed. Juicy for 1 as well as Crazy Guy. Juicy for 2 already. Redla did try to make something happen, but the refrags from Bleed, and Crazy Guy has been a little bit too much for Yakiniku to handle. As Banaf and Brandon, the last two players left alive here, they're coming in from two different angles, two different trajectories, but with a 4-player looking from so many different angles, it might be a whole different story, as Juicy gonna be forced out of his area. He does not get marked, but it still alerts them where he is, moves away. His teammates are gonna be going for the immediate reposition, and now it's only Brandon to worry about. Juicy putting in that damage, and that's the end of that. 4K in his pocket. It was him all alone, honestly.
And the best part about it is Juicy, because he got the initial frag, of Banaf, he's got that overshield, and especially this is the pistol round, he's by far the most tankiest player in the FPS round. So he was willing to take that fight head out without jiggle picking anymore.
Yeah, I mean, look at how he played around halls. That reposition, take one out and removing again, that's like 300 IQ, honestly. It's a serious game sense.
It's total understanding because he knows the player, Banaf, has already moved way past forward, and he didn't want to be boxed in from left and right. So he decides to isolate the fights, remove one variable, then he can focus on the left. And honestly, getting one frag is pretty much all he needs to be the tankiest player. He's just that good and that confident. Of course, the condition comes down to whether he got the frag, but of course, let's be honest, history has already been said.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly why he picked Reina. But Shiba this time is going to be just walking straight up and understanding that he can play aggressive because he is on a gun deficit, but he will be immediately punished. Was not expecting the Owl drone to be there so soon, because if you remember, Bleed was playing at a slower pace. Regardless, the round goes, and the immediate slow rotations come here from Yakiniku. They have no clue if it's going to be a hit or not, and immediately the fast executes come through. Very classic Bleed play, but this time read by Redla, but is going to be traded out by Juicy. Again, you have to remember that that was a force buy at the same time. JH DZ tried to shorty him in the face. Yeah, do not disrespect him like that, my guy.
Oh man, but then again, good attempt though. Trying to make the 150 cash credit work out for him in that round. If we denied the spite, that would have definitely bought him a little bit of time.
Yeah,
but wow.
Brandon, huge headshot onto Crazy Guy. A good reposition. He can sort of wait for his teammate to make something work here. A little bit of a damage coming in from Juicy as well as the turret. And now for Juicy, it's just a matter of finding Banaf. Banaf in his hands, what does he have? Only a shorty. He wants to make something happen. Look at his face. He's trying to figure out where exactly can they be. Can I get away with a jump shot? But I think denying them the extra credits from the kill might have been the name of the game. But Juicy, 4-3. Again, Juicy never shows any expression when he gets his multi-frags.
Oh, of course not. Because the thing is,
it's just another day in Juicy land.
The thing is, the only expression he gives to me when he gets multi-kills is just, it's just as expected.
As expected.
As expected.
Calculated.
As expected of me.
Can we see at least I don't know, 5-13 perhaps, 3 more rounds?
Oh.
And this is only because I am really enjoying Bleed's lineups and plays. It's just so interesting to learn. And I'm sorry, if Legia, you're watching this, I would love to steal your lineups.
I mean, of course. I mean, the thing is this, like, Yakiniku currently is just being ragdoll all across the map here. It's not just because of utility-wise, it's just the majority of the fact that they've just been getting fragged hard.
Yeah, regardless, it's going to be a main hit again. Shiba this time learning the hard way, after learning the hard way, that he cannot challenge long away from Bleed. A slow push onto site here, and immediately Redla suspects something. You can hear the Empress popped immediately again. Those fast executes onto the site. Look at how much space Darian and Juicy has taken. Darian pushing out here, gonna be immediately taken out thanks to the alarm bot. And immediately they've done the plans. Actually, no, they haven't planted. They decide, okay, that was an initial hit. We've done the damage. We put down the smokes, and now let's go run away to A. Look at this flank on flank. Look at where Crazy Guy is. Crazy Guy has full control of A all the way till the backside, which is exactly why he's able to take up the backside here. And they are very aware of Crazy Guy's actions. Brandon was alert and ready. Now, it's a one pick by one pick, and we never really seen a situation where they are at a deficit of players. Spike gonna go down there, and Scary can play for lineups if he wants to. Redla finding that very aggressive corner, and it's Scary that is still holding on to the area. Pop flash out, and Shiba immediately, the sprays come out. Whoo! Nearly misses that as both players were flashed out toward one moment. Juicy coming through here, not able to get those picks. Scary, 2 already in the pocket. Can he make something happen? Not quite. And that punish for the 2 players. Number 1, Crazy Guy and Darian was a bit too much to handle.
Oh, man. What a round. And the thing is this, like, the only reason why that they actually decided to literally fall back from their initial aggression towards that B side to get that plant down was just because of the fact that Crazy Guy has already cleared out so many corners on the A side. They said like, hey guys, there's nobody here. Nobody here. And you guys made enough noise for the rotation as well. That gave them a little bit of confidence to actually rotate towards the A side. Just unfortunately, however, it's just that when it comes to Hey Yakiniku, when it comes to just reinforcement and re-rotation, it's definitely going to be a lot more faster.
Yeah.
It feels like it definitely feels a lot more faster. There was a little bit of a delay that was being made by Crazy Guy, but he just got easily picked off.
Yeah, and I think they understood the fact that when it comes to taking space, Bleed can go a little bit more aggressive, and they punished him for that. Regardless, opening picks here from Dizzy, is it going to happen?
Wow.
No, it's not. But Scary is going to take him out of the way. Jushiba finding Darian, Redla finding Juicy at the same time. Beautiful crossfires here set up, and the knife is going to deny them at least some utils. Spraying through the smoke and just going to clear out the areas. He's going to go use the shock dart. No one is there quite yet. And Hey Yakiniku is respecting the fact that they are not close enough to play together. But look at where Brandon is coming from. It's going to be backside. But I think that flag will be denied because look at where JH's utilities are. You have the turret. You have the alarm bot at the same time. But Brandon, I think, is going to come in from mid. Link instead. Still biding time. Nowhere else to go, and the owl drone comes out. And again, the explosive play is always by one utility. You can already kind of expect when the explosiveness is going to happen. JH spraying. Whoa! Barely hits one. Crazy Guy good for two. And JH is walking up as though this home turf is all his. For now, the plant comes out. Brandon all alone, spraying through the smokes. Might not be the best idea here because he has no idea what's happening because the denial of information has been so crucial. And now, Redla, he does have the lockdown, but because the plant is from main, he's putting the lockdown a little bit deeper inside. But remember, Bleed has been huge when it comes to taking up that space. Those long-range fights has been impeccable as Redla is going to be denying that post plant with the orbital strike. They did not use the orbital strike onto the lockdown. Honestly, really smart. And look at the post plants. They have the mollies as well. 2 HP left. What can you do to stop this madness? Gets the kill onto JH, but I think that's it. They cannot stop this madness from happening, and a clean kill by Scary as well. Shows us 13-3 damage done onto Hey Yakiniku.
Oh, what a round as it is. Just the results alone, you can definitely tell what the amount of dominance that you can be seeing from Bleed Esports' hand. And honestly, Tosh, we did almost, and I mean, we almost went into the scoreline which you were looking for as well, which was 13-5.
Yeah, it was only 2-2.
Yeah, we were almost there. We were on the way there, but just that Bleed Esports just figured out, we had enough. We just want to seal the deal right here, right now. But seriously, what a game that we witnessed. A lot of methodical planning, tactics-wise, and just constant shift in their rotation and movement. So just
but Redla is still Redla.
Yeah, Redla is still Redla.
Oh my god, he's crazy.
Like when you think the round has really been set in stone, Redla is the definition of the analogy where you constantly have to ask yourself where, if the round is good, is it really good or not? Are you really in the clear or not? That's where Redla comes in.
Yeah, Redla has been huge. He's got some massive clutches, some multi-frags, but at the same time, it just felt like for the side of Hey Yakiniku, they were a little bit, I would say, they were out-rotated.
Yep.
They were out-fragged and honestly 300 IQ'd. Because in a situation, they couldn't really figure out what exactly is the pattern Bleed is going for. They're just repositioning every single round.
Because the thing is, we have always been seeing like very competitive, like Nanoswarm, Gravity Wells, and the main, and that's pretty much it, right? But then for Bleed Esports, they keep switching their Nanoswarms, and they're just trying to read the situation. And the thing is, whenever there's no Nanoswarm at the A main, that just means there's Juicy and Scary. They intend to really push far forward to try to get some nice easy picking. If they're not doing it, then the Nanoswarm is then repositioned back towards the A main. That we see constant shift in positioning between the three members on that A side. But for the B on, however, it has always been the standard Crazy Guy and Darian. It's just a matter of whether Darian chooses to extend all the way towards the spawn to give that clear intel or fall back.
I'm really liking the fact as well that for Bleed, it wasn't really a star or hero play. Everyone is pulling their own weight. Everyone has those crossfires. And in a lot of situations as well, I'm really liking the fact that whenever you see Juicy go forward, like I think for a lot of teams, when you have one person pushing up forward, we never really take into account about like whether or not we should have a refrag potential with our teammates. Yeah, there are this kind of situations that come through. But at the same time, because both of them were flashed, it's just that it lasts a lot shorter. I think in a situation where if both of them were not properly flashed, I think it would still be JH with the frags, because remember, JH is extremely sharp.
There is a line or an opportunity. Honestly, I feel he still could get fragged even if he's blinded as well. Let's be honest.
It's kind of like how people are complaining, like, oh, why does it feel like whenever there is someone concussed by a breach
fault line or anything.
fault line, that they're still getting headshots. And I don't know how to explain to people, like, it's not about the concuss. It's about like making sure you can hold that crosshair to make sure that you can get that one shot to matter.
And the best about it, these guys just understand that after these utilities are being used or expanded, there's always going to be a follow-up. That's why these guys are so prepared for it and a lot more comfortable.
Exactly.
With some players, and like players like me, are still having some tough time adjusting, you know?
But let's have a look at the MVP here for Bleed, and it is going to be Juicy. Honestly, his headshot percentage is extremely high, and the fact that he knows how to play with his teammates makes it even better. And I think that out of all our duelists in this tournament, he is the least flashy, but I think that if he were to imagine him as a huge, big, unmovable force, that will be Juicy.
There's also that in-depth fear and respect factor as well, right? Because like think of it this way, right? When you know Juicy is playing on the hands of Reina, right, and you're pushing into that A side, the attacker, when there's no, despite the landslide and everything, but when you see a leer or a flash coming, you just know like, oh God,
yeah, I have to move out of the way.
Someone is gonna swing and it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, on top of his swings as well, it's always gonna be a swing with his teammate.
Yes.
Usually, I think the classic, I would say, entry has always been a jet dash onto site. But with Juicy playing that way, it reinforces the entry.
Yes.
Regardless of that, that's the end of match number 1 for our second series of the day. After this, we're gonna go straight to our second map. We'll be back later.
Hi guys, I'm from Bleed Esports. Bleed Esports is the Singapore-based organization. Currently, we are competing in the SEMY region. Last year was a bit unlucky to take an international spot. So this year, we are one of the invited team. We're gonna try our best. My name is Ngo Kong Anh. My IGN is Crazy Guy. I'm the in-game leader for Bleed Esports. My role is initiator. Mostly, I will play the information agent. I will help my team to get information, where's the opponent, how they set up, they can find the way to win the round. My first teammate I want to say is Tyler. His IGN is Juicy. He's our duelist and the youngest in the team. Sometimes when you play the game, you will feel like struggle a bit. Like you can't win the round. That's the moment you need a teammate to make a play. He will open like 2-3 kills. Like he will win the round for us and we will have momentum again. The second one is Jay. His IGN is JH. He's our flex player. Whenever we have a new map or new agent, he will always take that. He's like one of the best supporters in this region. Whenever we need a stun, a flash or anything, he will always ready to do it for us. Third player will be Derek. His IGN is Darian. He's our Sentinel. Derek is a last player from Bleed roster last year. But this year, he sacrificed his role. He stepped down from the duelist and played Sentinel for us. And he still play very well. Last player will be Pon. His IGN is SK. His role is controller. He's the one who went to almost all the international tournament. He's the most expensive player in this region. Whenever he's still alive in a clutch situation, I know we are gonna win.
Fun fact about Gary, his English is not the best, so sometimes it's very funny to talk to him, but we love it.
And I hope we can win because we are the favor and we practice a lot. Practice like almost every day, like 8 hours.
We are the best and the most hardworking.
Hey guys, be ready. Bleed is coming.
Everyone has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you kidding?
Each round, only one of them's been. Oh my God!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kind of like see that, but oh my God, not again!
Behind and retaliate still, but he has to call.
People of Middle, welcome back to one of the hardest rounds that we have here in the last day of the group stages here. It's the VALORANT Challengers, Malaysia, Singapore, Split 1. I'm Leonard, also known as Yodley, gracing us once again, this Taj Bunny, as we bring you guys all the VALORANT shenanigans and actions that we have to offer.
I'm really excited after seeing our first match here. Bleed once again showing us why they are the kings of Pearl.
Number
and
one.
why no one should challenge them on that map. Regardless, we are going to be going to the second map, and this is Bleed's choice.
Oh yes, of course, this is going to be Bleed's choice, and it's going to be another map of Split. Very high.
I'm excited.
Action, very high aggression map. Like, it's been a while. We've been seeing high rotation maps like Split as well. Like, it used to be Icebox until they removed Chamber, they removed the tailwind off Jet. Like, let's be honest, I feel like it's just been removed ever since they put the timing thing as well. So not much aggression we haven't been seeing other than Icebox. Now we're coming back to the map of Split where it is Raze. Raze is the name of the game here. I haven't seen double duelists on the map of Split so far. I have only been seeing Raze, even in the international scenes.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see who else is going to be bringing what kind of composition here, especially when it comes to Bleed or Yakiniku.
I mean, if you look at Bleed, a lot of control is the name of the game, and that's exactly why they play it. And I'm really curious to see. I mean, you did say Astra coming on to the
hands of Darien. Yes.
So what else did we see before this?
Okay, so if we're talking about competition that's been made by Bleed, we have seen both JH, of course, still sticking with the Breach. I still think Breach and Astra is like one of the two most.
It's painful.
It is a priority pick when it comes to composition, right? And then we have Sage, also one of the go-tos as well. Viper has been a little bit 50-50 because it really just depends on whether the lineup requires it, especially it depends on what team is playing it. But in particular for Bleed, they have been running Breach, Viper, Sage, Astra, and Raze. Last time it was a little bit of, I guess you could say, more like a discussion whether they still want to have Raze or Reyna into the lineup. Jet wasn't really one of the go-tos. There were some teams who utilized Jet when Split was still around.
Oh yeah, back then, yeah.
I think because that was just more of a comfortability thing.
Yeah, I mean back then as well, Jet had a lot more utilities than she has now.
And she was less picked back then.
Exactly. So honestly, with Raze, it's a lot of areas you have to clear out when you play in Split. There's a lot of corners, it's a small area, a map. And I think that with the utilities that Raze brings into the picture, like the showstopper, like the pain shells, I think it gives a lot of value. And on top of that, her satchels also give you so much space taking onto the site. And of course, we're seeing a lot more international tournaments coming through. If you go through B main, I think there was a time last year where everyone said, do not do that Sage wall as you come into B main. It's starting to happen again. Everyone is still doing that because everyone knows how to counter that. And on top of that, we aren't really, those mid hits are also a 50-50 situation for me. Because it feels like, yes, attackers will try and go in from mid, but in a lot of situations, when you put in that Sage wall in the middle side as well, it does slow down a lot of time.
And the thing is this, right now you have Sage Ice Wall alongside with the Viper Toxic Screen that will be utilizing, of course, by
Double
Bleed
controller means a lot of control on this map, but this map is kind of small yet big at the same time when you think about it.
Exactly, and just like looking through back the map selection again between both of these two teams for this series, I felt like Split might have been more of a punishing pick here, especially going up against Yakiniku in particular, right?
Why do you think that?
Because for the entire time, Yakiniku didn't really get an opportunity to ban Split, and the thing is, they don't even need to ban Split because he has always been banned by the other teams. But that doesn't mean they actually want to pick it for themselves here. So the fact that Split actually managed to got through, I think they got too comfortable with the idea that maybe for the fact that they assumed Bleed Esports actually might ban it out and opt for another map. But now it's here and now. Potentially, it could have been used as a punisher for it. But of course, like I said, this is just me running my opinions on the fact that they never got a chance to ban it nor pick it at the same time. So this is just me playing off opinions here.
Yeah, I think in this situation for Split, I think a lot of people had banned it early. I mean, even if you go to international, like it's rare to see someone pick up Split this early. It just came back into the map rotation. It's actually, a lot of teams do not prefer to play on this map because of how heavily it was back then heavily toward defense. But now, personally, in my opinion, attack is a lot more easy, especially toward A side. And if you manage to get a lot of those picks coming in from mid or even A main, suddenly B becomes so accessible and free because of the less utilities you have to control the B garage.
The thing is, I think it depends on a certain perspective of things. You feel is very defender heavy. I felt like it's very
attacker.
I also felt it was very attack-sided as well.
Yeah.
Because the map, regardless whether you're defender or not, it just be like, hey man, if you can just retake it so well.
Yeah, the
you can attack
retakes are
really
so
great.
good. It's number one. You don't have to rotate so fast. And on top of that, I feel like...
Don't forget about the long angles as well, which everyone hated. Everyone hated. That's why we saw Sky was also in the competition as well, because everyone was just saying how long those angles of corners. Then they had the revamp. I think before they removed Split, they had 2 map revamps before they actually removed the other.
Did you see the original Split? So the other day I was in my friend's stream and we were watching First Love's first tournament on Split. And the B main entry was so punishing. It was a chokehold.
The tiniest thing you ever see.
Yeah, and then you have to clear out 2 different angles as you go into the site. And I think that as the game continues and the map has been changed, I feel like it's a lot more easier to go in for attack compared to before. It's not as punishing. It's not as, oh, I have to get 4 points on defense, on attack regardless, and then I feel like I can get as many points as I want on defense.
Yeah, and even for the defending side, right, or attacking side, there are really some really deep angles and corners, right? Like it's so deep until the point where when you walk a certain distance forward at a corner, right, you tend to will be able to notice the muzzle break coming from the Phantom. But you just couldn't because that's how in depth it was. You literally had to physically turn around 90 degrees to look at a guy and be like, okay, he's not here.
Yeah, either you do that or you use your utilities, which is the reason why Raze is so popular on this map, which is the reason. Yeah, Raze as well as the utilities coming in from either a KO or even a Killjoy. Those mollies will do so much work just to kill you out some angles. Yeah. By the way, I've also seen Phoenix picked for this map as well. It's a really good agent in my opinion, and Neon. We've seen that before as well. Really quick entries onto side, really quick pushes as well. And their utilities help clear out so many different angles. So I'm really liking the fact that we are still having these compositions, those normal compositions, but new, new duelists coming in like Neon or even the Phoenix is always fun to watch.
It's understandable because those duelists in particular has utility that sort of allowed it to elevate their whole team to the side. Screens in particular. Screen was the name of the game for them.
I want to see a Neon, please.
But it seems like Sky is, of course, one of the few options for them. Bleed was still running the exact same composition that they actually played before when they first brought Split into their lineup in the group stages here. Hey Yakiniku, this will be their first introduction of Split. And it looks like they want to bring the Sky. They really want to check out those corners here. But like I said, when it comes to comfortability, I think Dizzy still want to stick with the Jet over prioritizing that over the Raze.
I think that Shiba on this breach as well can bring a lot of value. But in this situation, we've seen JH perform on breach. And it's very scary. I don't know why, but JH feels like an agent that regardless of utility, he will know how exactly to use it, abuse it, and get it to his advantage.
Of course, he really knows how to make it hurt for you guys. And there's a lot of great like in between wall liner you can actually do with the gravity well and the aftershock as well. I think we've seen some really good setups as well, just towards garage alone on that beat. So I'm like, how did you even do that in the first place? That hurts so much. And don't get me started when it comes to just utilization. I'm not saying it because it's bleed selection. I'm just saying stated from the fact that with the utility that they have, it's great for attack. It's great for defense, a lot of fast pace. The wall is going to be a menace as well. You cover so much, you create so much control for your team to entry. But when it comes to defenses, Yakiniku with the Killjoy, gonna get a lot of intel from areas which they don't have to be physically present, especially towards that tower, that A tower.
I'm excited. And I really want to see how exactly this Darion Scary controller works. And given the fact that Bleed Esports is playing so flex right now, it's very similar to what we expect to see from Hey Yakiniku. It gives them so much flexibility. And let's see if it's going to be a problem for them. Because if you remember, there were some teams playing during lock-in, playing agents or roles they're not familiar with. They struggled. But for Darion, let's see if this is going to be an issue. Melee. Oh, aggressive push out here from Yakiniku. The shots early are just going to be... So Banaf is just here basically just for the, I would say, the aggression or the information gatherer.
Yep.
And with his teammate close by, they can go for the refrags. But it's only Darion here. The jump peek comes through, doesn't get any information. And I think the rest are just going to be taking up space in mid and also B.
Which I think is definitely going to be one of the few callings here. But look how close they are when it comes to the kill. Redla is in an optimal
Can
position.
he get one? Ooh, he tried and immediately punished. The reaction time from JH is huge. Immediately JH just gonna explode onto Heaven. Repositions the other members, but DZ is gonna get a pick onto Darion regardless. They tried to be very, very sneaky with Darion, but you know what? They have access to
that
this
roundabout.
and straight onto A, bypassing that wall that that was put down by Scary. I think that was the whole idea all along.
And it was Brandon can't hear it. He doesn't know until it's too late that
Yep.
intel came. And Juicy is going to be able to get a nice picking as well.
Yep, it's been huge for them, and immediately Juicy walking in with his teammates, not allowing the plant to be denied, and immediately the heal comes through. Juicy taking up the space onto main, picked one up, immediately uses the pain shells just to zone up some space. DZ does answer, but he is currently waiting for Shiba so they can move in together. Shiba playing in from screens. Look at the utilities coming out here. Crazy guy with a great dodge come through, pop and swing, and it's just DZ. No clue where he is. No information, a wall as well, not to allow him onto site. As soon as he walks through this Viper's wall, that decay will take him down. Just biding time, there's no time. He needs to go down to the spike, and gets one, gets two. Oh my god, that's already four, but he's gonna choose to go down.
Oh,
My god.
Almost an ace. What a round. And I think it's just like everyone died. Despite Bleed winning, everyone
It sounds so
died.
dramatic.
Yeah, because they all died. It was supposed to be a round which Bleed Esports was hoping to actually try to make it out alive with as many members as possible. It was supposed to be confidence building, momentum one as
But
well.
DC was insane that round. The
Exactly.
idea that pin shells from Juicy, he still walked through it, played in a corner, and caught Juicy off guard.
And I love how they quickly adapted the situation. They realized they didn't want to take that fight in such a heavily defended B. They rotated all the way back to the A from the roundabout, and that was absolutely phenomenal.
Immediately, details are out, but no movement just yet. And it was just honestly a fake at this point, just to kind of displace them, get some information out.
Such a stack.
Look
towards
at how,
that mid.
look at it, yeah, look at Scary. It was already pretty much waiting. So that mid, everyone's holding there. They're thinking they're going to have that big fight. Immediately, you can hear that flash as well from the A side. But Redla did not move at all. He has a shorty in hand. If someone were to jump down from heaven, that spells death. And he'll be playing with his utility there. Immediately, pain shells clear him out from the corner. All those shots come out, but Juicy's pain shells will give him the retribution.
Oh,
Man.
he didn't want to go down without a fight.
Yeah,
for
he
sure.
really didn't. It was very sneaky. He got that 150 cred value. I think he's going to be happy with that. That's exactly how you want to use your shorty. Regardless, there is going to be Juicy's rifle picked up by his teammates. Immediately, Darion coming from the backside. Huge flank coming through. And I love the way that he's playing his Astra. Scary finds one as well. Darion good for two. Crazy guy gets one more. One more person have to worry about here. That's it. Clean round. And only losing one in the end. I don't know if they managed to pick up the rifle that Juicy dropped, because I think Juicy went for a force buy.
But the thing is this, right? It's such astounding to me because of the fact that we see Darren, right, coming with the big brains and the fact that he knows which are the rotation route. He decides not to play on site itself. He plays a little bit back casually, letting them to literally be unguarded and unaware as they bypass ropes. And that's when he unveiled his surprise, dealing massive amount of damages here. And I love the positioning coming from Yakiniku. They knew that it's going to be a really tough time for rotation. They all stacked towards and mid, getting ready for any intending attack.
Oh man, that fake smoke just to get that value, but immediately Juicy taking up so much space onto mid. Again, you can see this control or the priority of Bleed putting in that pressure onto mid all the way up to vents. It gives them so much value. Either you want to go B or A, you have both heavens open to them. For Crazy Guy, look at that. You thought that they were actually going to go straight to it from vents to A. Immediately, it's going to be going toward B once again. You have one person inside of heaven. It's going to be Shiba. Immediately, fault line comes out. No one was there. Another one sent out at the same time. Pain shells just to clear out stairs, and Shiba still hasn't moved an inch. Wall comes out. It gives all the suspicion. Finds one. Not enough for two. JH actually does get the value. And Brandon forced back into Garage off the side as Darren immediately takes up that space. Immediately gonna go for a default plant. And everyone from Bleed inside of B site already. Now, using the Trailblazer, they do know there's one on ramps. Sorry, not ramps, inside of Rafters. That flash to come out. No reaction just yet. No push-outs as the other members of Bleed play so deep inside of that site. That fault line not allowing Brandon to even get a single peek. He has to wait out for his teammates. Benaf already inside, finds Crazy Guy. Will he find JH? Throws out that gun. He tried to be nasty with it. Benaf still gets him in the end. Brandon for a good trade and clean round for the bonus for Yakiniku. They bring forward to next round.
It was really great as well because his Bleed actually planted for the site itself instead of planting for Garage. And Brandon really somewhat...
Because Brandon was in there.
Exactly. So they were really already boxed in and they couldn't really like push out too much to actually keep an eye towards tower or towards spawn as it is because they just don't really have that comfortability. Just only because Brandon was already keeping them in check from Garage as it is. And the best part about it, it was such a fantastic read from Yakiniku initially because like from the middle area alone, that guiding light instantly picked up a few people and he's like, all right, great, we know they're in mid. Give them mid control. It did give them a little bit of disparity because of lack of control or intel initially, but they still managed to hold their own. Well done from Yakiniku.
Same strat done again. If you noticed Darren earlier, how they've been playing this that Darren will be alone at B main, and now they put another person with him. Flash comes out. No one responds to it. Yep, that's enough intel for them. But no movement yet from Yakiniku. They need to make sure that it's actually going to be that area hit. Because if you remember, because they have so much space from vents all the way from mid, look at that. They're trying to box them in from A heaven all the way to B. B from male, sorry, 2 players. And for now, just holding down, coming down the lines, 1, 2, and 3. Shiba gets caught out. That's
so
a very nasty corner that JH had worked with. Immediately, they get rid of the alarm bot, and now this is the explosion straight onto A main. Redla all alone. We've seen some amazing plays from this guy, but this time, Juicy flew over him, catches him off guard, and now suddenly Crazy Guy gonna play this very nasty play on top of the wall, and he finds that little corner, but because of that smoke there, he wasn't able to get those picks. For now, for the other members of Yakiniku, they're coming in for 2 different areas sort of hit. One from screens, one from main, just waiting for the... Oh, it's a flank on flank from Crazy Guy. Catches him off guard, but doesn't really need that. Darion just sprays through, gets 2 already. Insane picks, just ready to find Brandon. And Brandon coming in from A main. What can you do? I think Darion already knows. Gets flashed, but the timing not really in his favor. Brandon spots Darion up first. Smokes are there. Can't even go for a save.
The best part about it is that the win condition towards that A side is to not only get to the side itself, but you also need control of that tower. That's why you didn't see all the members really leave it. If you notice from the tower itself, just by standing in the tower from Raptors, you literally have full clear vision of 70% of the site itself. And I'm just astonished at the fact that how the JH was able to react faster than Shiba. He only spotted the shoulder and he instantly lost his head, and that was it. The game was said and done. And I like to use the Star Wars term, you know, whoever has the high ground wins most of the fight.
I have the high ground. And look how fast the explosions come through. Rolling Thunder as well to get into the side. This is a fast pick onto that Juicy coming and taking up so much space. Brandon punishes him for overextending. Regardless, things like smoke here. They are going to be caught out one by one. Dizzy putting so much value into that Blade Storm. 13 HP left. They have no clue where the other members are. And where exactly is Darion inside of Garage. Darion making quick work of Brandon. Still another 3 people to work with. He has nowhere close to get to this mic. Either he wants to go for a save or he can actually just go for the picks. And I think he is going to try and fight for it. If he can isolate these fights, great. It'll be going in his favor. Silence. No movement yet. I think he's not going to be able to do that. One more going through. Nearly. Still picks off 2 in a 1v4. Commendable.
It was so unfortunate as well because Bleed didn't really have enough information as for them, their entire tactics for this past year has always been fast pace, fast movement, just get to the side, get that spike planted down. they didn't really get to engage B as much, and they haven't even found much success as well. Like the two wins that Yakiniku has was the fact that it has always been B entries. But now I think they slowly will get the gist of how the positioning is currently like for Yakiniku, as they only have one member, and that's going to be Redla with his utility to hold on A, while the rest of the squad will be dangling around mid. Very, I guess you could say, really stacked towards mid or towards that B area. That reinforcement really is quite the fight they had to go through.
And this time, they're going to be changing up the way they play. No longer are they going to go for those explosive entries. It's going to be Scary that's leading the charge. The Spearhead, if you may, and Juicy only coming in toward the middle of the side, taking all the area in towards screens. Still haven't found anyone to use his ult just yet. Just a little bit of a zoning for that a showstopper, and Dizzy. That's a very small micro angle that Scary used. Finds Dizzy, immediately sprays through. And now the other two members of Juicy, once full control of Heaven, will spot out someone. Darren quick with that Bulldog. Regardless, they have full control of A main as well. That Cosmic Divide is not in their favor. Darion, I don't think they noticed that he ran through here. He goes for that reposition. I don't know if they know that he's even there for that, I would say, that flank on flank. Regardless, they're all pushing up on two ramps together. But Naf does get one. Darren finds him in the end. Good trade. And this is Bleed's momentum back in their hands.
Oh, man. Like, it was so chaotic, and of course Darren was still doing it, but I think the most biggest factor was the fact that they actually had one player, especially for Bleed Esports, playing around the middle area, and that was actually Darren, I believe. He instantly got hit by the guiding light. Despite Redla dying towards A main, there wasn't any swift movement because of the fact that the guiding light actually picked up someone from the middle area. So the rotation wasn't as swift, I think, until the point when more movement was coming and Redla reassured them. That's when they came in, but it's a little bit too late. They were in the side, spikes down. I still didn't understand how Dizzy died. I really want a review of the vault for that, because not sure whether they pop in from that small angle like what you said, Tash, or maybe just the fact that he just did game set and just sprayed right through.
Yeah, because we have seen Scary's smokes before.
Oh, that elbow.
Dizzy, yeah, look at 3 people swinging and Redla goes down. Dizzy survives though, thankfully, but look at the reaction time. Immediately gonna put in the smoke orb there. It doesn't allow that push forward as well, and immediately they have full sight of A main and they can't push from main. Regardless, for Bleed, they are gonna be trying to stop them from pushing out here from the side of ramps, and immediately Darren, quick movement, finds that first contact, and it's a firing range through the smoke. They're playing together right now, and it's so unforgiving. If Brandon manages to get one pop of the hit, yes he does, can he make it 2? Not quite gonna happen, as Scary does better with that Phantom when it comes to the gun diff.
Oh, man. Like, okay, so the thing is, now you can see Bleed has already getting the adjustments, right? They say, okay, B, they're fully stacked on B. Redla has been often been found alone. We can actually try to play around with that side. There was one time they did spot the Shiba in the tower, but I think that was only that one time, and then they just feel like, okay, maybe A is our thing. But just in case, we see the usual split as usual. Darren always plays back, but this time Juicy is also going to play alongside with him. But then again, the seconds are tickling down, and look at where Shiba has repositioned himself. If he gets this 9th lineup, I think it'll be a fantastic hole, and that should delay certain momentum coming for them. And Redla had a very nice cheeky corner too.
Yeah, it is. Now,
hey, did the guiding light get Darian?
No, I don't think so. I think he was playing in a corner. He didn't push up quite yet. He heard
because I saw it flew around that side.
I don't know where he popped it exactly, which is why I wasn't sure as well. Regardless, that mid control, they're still going for it. Dizzy this time with an op in hand, using that Trailblazer just to get some information. I don't think they spotted anyone inside sewers either.
Yep.
Oh, for now, they are going to push forward there. Punishes Juicy. And immediately, the revive comes out. That's a really quick reposition as well. That wall up toward the area will not allow them any crossfire from vents. And immediately, Benaf has to be moved away from the smoke. He eats that damage, and Darren does trade him out. We also have the Viper's Pit as well to give them all control of Heaven. And it gives them all that value from the area of B Heaven all the way to vents in A if they want to, and that's exactly what's happening. And I think they suspect that they might be going to A, and that's exactly what's waiting for them on the other side. Shiba gonna be using the aftershock, but these sprays come out from Juicy. Redla goes down. Now gets one, but Crazy Guy not allowing the multi-frags. Another shot comes through, but no value just yet from Dizzy. Cloudburst is giving more space. He is going to play inside of elbow. Crossfires just ready from the side of Bleed. Plant, no problem. As Brandon, the final player up there, Crazy Guy was ready for the hunt.
Now that round was just a clear indication of fragging superiority, right? Because like how comfortable. Because Bleed was just on the run. They were on the run. Hey, Yakiniku was still able to get to the tower itself. Shiva was in the tower. One of the best initiators or solo players that we have is in Malaysia and Singapore. And he got into a very comfortable angle, but still lose out the fight. That is just crazy. He did manage to pick up Juicy initially, but they just kept coming like waves of zombies at an unbelievable rate. But now look at the shift in rotation. This time they're putting more members on this AE side. And this is going to be quite the impeccable hole.
They do have the ultimate for Sky. Gonna just pop that ult, get some information at least. But Juicy was there for the anti-flash. Regardless, it's gonna slow Vance here, and Juicy just still takes up that space. He is not afraid at all. But he's making sure that his teammate is ready for those reflags, and they just walk past that smoke, and they're gonna perhaps just play away. I think this is sort of like a mind game if you think about it, because you think that going goes straight toward A is not as scary. Does get picked off by Shiba eventually. You can see the aftershock clearing out Mail. They don't have to worry too much about the corners. And Banaf just still holding on to his ultimate, just waiting to see when is it actually the best situation to be used. Banaf gonna be taken out of the way by Juicy's pain shells. How many kills has this man gotten with this one utility? Regardless, Juicy takes it up, works so perfectly with the flash coming through here by JH.
Down B.
Spike goes down Dizzy with a huge hole. Darren does find Dizzy in the end. Still to have to worry about Shiba. Suspicion that someone might be inside of Link. They heard the footsteps. Immediately Juicy all ready for 3. And immediately just gonna move and reposition himself with the satchel. Retla, all alone. He does only have a sheriff in hand. And we've seen this man do miracles with this particular thing. But spotted out his little tiny arms.
Oh man, that is definitely one of the few rounds you definitely want to watch for. And the thing is, I don't really blame Banaf. Like, he really wanted to try to play with that corner and try to catch, at least get a trade out of that positioning as well. It's not the most ideal spot to be in, but he at least wanted to try to get a trade out of it. However, diligence is totally in the name of the game here for Bleed. So despite how fast-paced they are still checking those corners. And if you could expend a utility just to clear out, why not? It's better than physically risking your life. But the best part about it, Juicy gets a kill out of it, resets the pain shell, and he can get back right in.
Yeah, look at the explosive into the side. Yep, he's already inside right now. Here's Juicy. He chased after Dizzy, actually. He has no clue that Dizzy is inside. Oh, he does! He spotted him and out. What great game sense coming through here. Flash comes out there from the guiding light, as well as the Trailblazer. Does not manage to pick out Juicy. And he's just going to immediately use his utility to clear out screens. Now, you saw the aftershock come through. Clears our elbow at the very least. But they are ready to reposition, as Scary does find Brandon in the end. Now, he doesn't have any more smokes anymore. No more gravity well. No more concussion. And immediately, we saw someone get tagged there, but no kill. Scary good for 2. Finds Shiba. Darian, a good cross coming in from heaven. And this is a very, very clean, flawless round for Bleed. How many rounds in the row now has Bleed been able to take away from Hey Yakiniku?
Oh man, let me tell you something. Bleed Esports has currently cut open a wound, and that wound is constantly making Hey Yakiniku bleed out in this case here. But seriously, what a fight that we have for ourselves here. Like, the thing is this. Juicy, really risky, a little bit dicey for my take, but that's how you should be playing Race in the first place. But I can't believe that the showstopper actually came in at the right time. It was such an expensive buy coming in from Dizzy. And sadly, the Cloudburst was a little bit of a dead giveaway because he checked the corner at elbow and he's like, all right, you're right there, surprise. Gonna stop all the shows right there.
Now the silence come through. No more explosive play. We saw DZ actually do the same play just now, and he was punished by the showstopper. This time he does have Blade Storm. And look at JH. He's holding. He's not looking to push out. If these two players push out, I think it's going to be a firing range up. And because of this Viper wall as well, they are going to be decayed if they were to check the corner to their left. No movement yet. And for Hey Yakiniku, I think that this hold may just work out in their favor. And we can see where Darion is. And I think that Darion, despite of what agent he's been using when he's not playing Duelist, he's been so good on those lurks. And with Crazy Guy in the middle, they have so much space and so much information to their disposal. And immediately Juicy gets tagged. No kills just yet. 2 players tagged. And he runs out of knives. Redla and JH gets 1 each. Not the worst way to go. But without Redla, it's going to be a little bit hard to work with those flanks. Immediately, snake bite. I don't know if Daisy is on that side. And here comes the Rolling Thunder. Catches Scary off guard. Immediately, that Cloudburst will allow him to reposition once more to hold. And here's Brandon with the Stinger. Gets a little bit of an upgrade as well. Daisy's reposition is huge, honestly. JH has no way to know where exactly he's going to be. Gets tagged out by Dizzy. And now is Shiba moving forward, taking full control of the spike. And with the Judge, Darren does find Dizzy, but a Judge will just make quick work of him.
Well, you know, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do to take that win. You gotta be naughty, you gotta be cheeky, you gotta do whatever you can. Hey, Yakiniku is not gonna give up those rounds without a fight. Wow. Definitely not the best of buys, but they still made it work against the rifles. But then again, that doesn't really dampen the economy too much for Bleed East. But of course, yes, very cute, nice frog statue. Is that a hat or a little frog?
It's a little hat.
Is there not a little baby frog on it?
No, it's a little hat.
Oh, I mean, typically, you know, when you have those kind of statues, it's usually mama frog,
baby frog,
frog, papa frog, that kind of thing.
It's a little bit too mainstream, but speaking of mainstream, immediately got a pop
that's
flash.
such an info.
Yeah, that's a big pop of flash there coming on top side.
Look at everyone just rotating it through as well. They're like, oh, hey, you know, fancy mini you guys there.
Yeah, and Crazy Guy immediately punishes Banaf for that. That is a good play. I have to say it's a good counter play if you want to say it, because it forces that really quick rotation from Yakiniku and they punish them. Still, one person on B is going to be Brandon. I think Brandon has been doing quite well with these aggressive pushes. His rotations have been pretty great as well. But remember, when you see Darion with those rotations, it's always been a great counter rotate when you think about it. It's like a rotate on a rotate, alert on alert. Immediately, gonna buy some time with that aftershock. No movement yet from Bleed, but the slow ARPs come out. The smokes come out immediately. Finds Juicy before he could do it. DZ for 2. Can he make for 3? The tag team comes through here. Scarify goes through. The crossfire onto Retla, and immediately Darion does trade back. The answering back is here. It's a 2-on-2 situation now as the numbers equalize. Gonna get a little bit of a quiet time there as they go for that plant. And Scary still manages to get the spike down. Shiba gonna blind, no one peeking through, no one going for the aggression. They have to stay safe as Shiba does find Scary in the end with the wall bang. There is only one place to go. It's going to be the elbow, but Shiba's aftershock will take Darion out.
Oh my lord. And the best part about it is that the reason why there was so much confidence coming from Yakiniku's defense for that round alone was just literally courtesy. Everything came into the hands of Brandon. He pushed out so far forward, although yes, the initial guiding light gave them a lot of intel. They were present, but they weren't sure about it until Brandon pushed out so far forward through garage and into the spawn. They said, and he even checked out mid as well, and he was like, all right, guys, it's clearly, obviously, that these guys are going to be pushing for that A. That's why there's a lot more confidence. Crosshair was a lot more prepared, a lot more set, allowed them to get all this fragging abilities off. And although, yes, Bleed Esports still managed to blitzkrieg their way through into the side to get to that plant, but they were battered and bruised. Brandon came into the fight with a little bit of assistance, allowing Shiba to get those 2 final kills, although the last one is a little bit anticlimactic since it's the aftershock. But nonetheless, a win is still a win. Now it's Breezer to be the defender.
Ooh, early push out and an early aggressive defense from the side of Bleed this time. And Crazy Guy just buying a lot of time and not allowing the explosive push onto the side. Immediately, Dizzy will be flashed, takes up that space, and immediately Crazy Guy gets one good headshot onto that. Regardless, there is going to be a trade. It's going to be onto JH. No more flashes for the team. And now this Nebula that is put down by Darion is not allowing them to get any info onto the side. And suddenly, it's a halt for Yakiniku. 6 HP left for Brandon, and now they need to go for that reposition. They have no clue how to get onto the site. As for Scary, I think that he doesn't have to push out there. He can actually check out those corners. Crazy, what a shot, honestly, when you think about it. And now Brandon, one more to worry about. Juicy gets one more. Scary, good for 2. Beautifully done. And now for the pincer, clean.
Oh, and the worst part about it is, as well, is that they gave their all in their last fight. So to break down the wall, and there weren't really any star points left. I just now saw as well in the hands of Brandon, he only had one star point. That isn't really enough for them to really clear out this entire side. They needed to get those pickoffs, but those pickoffs ended up being in the favor of Bleed Esports, and they will be taking that pistol round. Unfortunately, as well, since they didn't manage to get the spike planted, so they won't have enough credits to really go for that full, that I guess you could say, forced buy with the Spectres or Stingers here. So they still have to make do with the Sheriffs. But of course, Bleed Esports will still not cut them any slacks at all.
Sprays through mid, just to make sure that no one is actually pushing through his poison orb. Gonna play close. Good reposition into Mail. Denies information as well. Orb goes down and immediately you see Darion's smoke comes out. It's a great trade because they were denied mid and they are denied garage. Honestly, smart use of util, good use of the comms as well. And now suddenly, hey Yakiniku, where are you gonna go? If you're gonna still fight for mid, you can have to meet with Juicy, who is currently holding that judge.
Oh.
Where are you gonna go? Slowly, moving forward. Look at how many crossfire coming through as well. And immediately JH bursts onto Dizzy. Perfect situation. Unfortunately, did not manage to pop the guiding light properly.
Stuck there.
Yeah, well, they got stuck in the little corner. I thought they were gonna send it out all the way to Vents. A little bit of a mistake coming through as Shiba finds the head for Juicy. Scary does trade out here. Finds Shiba. Unfortunately, did not get the value from the judge.
30 seconds
Gonna give up
left.
some space at least, but they just buy time. 30 seconds left. Hey Yakiniku, they need to make a choice. If they want to go for that spike, it's easily gonna be taken, but where are you gonna go? Because even if they were good to go toward B, go toward A, there are 15 seconds left. They have to burst onto site. And look at this corner Scary is using. Finds Brandon, immediately repositions. And he's playing very, very close. Darren gets one more. Redla trades up onto Darren. Does he know that Scary? Yes, he does. What is that game sense from Redla? Immediately gonna get an upgrade. 2 Pele is coming from the top side there, and Crazy Guy not allowing anymore. And Crazy Guy take away the frenzy from his hands because he makes quick work of it.
Oh, but then again, Yakiniku did make that win very expensive for Bleed Esports. Dropping 3 members, that's not going to be able to allow those 3 members to stimulate their economy or savings that much. However, it is the bonus round, so Yakiniku will be able to bring up the necessary rifle and hopefully enough firepower to really break through it. They did have a tough time on certain entries of the map, I think, and the best part about it, this is what I was mentioning earlier, right? Not enough screens for that to give them an option to hit that A. Just not enough cover. Yes, you have Brandon with the smokes, but it's still not going to be enough. It's not like what a Viper could have provided.
A lot of warning shots, a lot of info, or rather fake info given out here. Game of smoke and mirrors is what I would call this map, honestly, at this point. Clearing out Mail with the aftershock, but here comes Juicy with the judge, but Shiba is not allowing that to happen. Immediately Scary just swings out with the frenzy. And remember, they lost 3 guns here. Shiba spraying through the poison orb, and Scary did not move a single inch. They have no information. If they were to go through here, the vulnerable is not helping them at all, and Redla eats some damage. Crazy Guy does go down eventually. Brandon finds him. Crazy Guy did not expend any money onto any guns except for that frenzy. Regardless, Redla, 71 HP. We know he can go for those multi-frags, but immediately JH bursts from screens. Does get a trade. With 45 seconds to go, they still have a lot of time to work with. Only 2 members of Bleed to find. And Brandon, ooh, that is timing. And Darion does find Redla in mid-rotation. Darion just cleaning up the area, going towards wherever he wants. They have full control of the site here, at least for Shiba. They can get creds for the plant, and Darion clearing out this angle, goes through the smoke, and it's a clear round area. It's gonna put around, gonna get the tap. It's still another 1 more person to worry about. And it's gonna be Brandon.
Oh, that's insane.
Oh my god. He tapped it, repositioned. Oh my god.
It was not like just audio cues alone. He heard the drop and he's like, all right, I know where you are.
It's Darion. Oh my god.
Oh my god, this guy is making plays after plays after plays. He just constantly brings such surprises to us as well. And on another level, Darren has to show us here. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his points are 20 and 7.
Yes, please, guys. Just give this guy a bonus. Man. He's been in Bleed, and he's like one of the longest members to be in Bleed Esports as well.
Darion just making quick work of everyone. His rotations have been on point. His map control as well.
His abilities. Don't even get me started on his agent proficiency.
Oh, yeah.
He plays all the roles, for God's sake.
Oh, yeah. It's given him a lot of, I would say, value in terms of flexibility as well, how he wants to take the side. And it's going to be Crazy Guy with the aggression, breaks the wall, takes him down. And look at Redla playing close. They already know that he pushed up at the same time. He still has 1 more slow ARP to use. Choosing not to, as Scary playing on the other side. And immediately you hear the gun shots. The wall goes down eventually. And this is just a matter of just getting their shots in, putting in that chip damage. You can see this time that the trailblazer, not the trailblazer, the light, the guiding light. Sorry about that. The guiding light was used.
You're going to be sending him to the other side, isn't it?
Poison our backup. Love this, I would say, this reinforcement of utils on mid side, not allowing Yakiniku to take a lot of the space at all. Do they know Scary is there? Is the question is.
I mean, definitely for sure they are suspecting and they have the idea, but desperation is coming in, Tosh. There's only 40 seconds too.
Yep. Dizzy immediately taking up space inside of Vents and Bleed, allowing him to take it. They have no clue where to go. They have no clue where someone is inside of Heaven or not. It's a bit of a fake. Honestly, you heard footsteps coming inside of Vents, and immediately Crazy Guy swings up forward, gets one, gets two! Huge plays! Not able to get four, but Darren is there for the trade at the end of the day. Brandon coming in from the other side. The crossfire is huge here in Heaven. And it's a clean round from Bleed. 4-12. Dominant.
Let me just say how crazy that was, despite having Crazy Guy in the team roster as well. Not being like, not trying to be funny or anything, but it was a half smoke by Yakiniku's. It was Yakiniku's half smoke, supposed to be using in their favor to gain an advantage. But for some reason, Bleed just doesn't give a dang about it. If he wanted to deliver that fight, or you can be sure as hell he will deliver. My God. Just absolutely spraying. That was a situation that was not supposed to go in the favor of Yakiniku.
Oh, here comes the Cosmic Divide, gives them so much value onto site. Juicy pushes out. Wendu gets a kill with the pain shell. And immediately Juicy is gonna check his area out, finds one, clears out the corner with the aftershock, and immediately Dead was gonna burst through, but Nav in trouble. Final person left alive. He tries to play left and right. Center does not get that value. In the end of the day, it's gonna be a flawless round. I think a clean game of Split for Bleed.
An absolute massacre. That's all I can say. An absolute massacre.
They're going to be very, very happy. And honestly, it's a great round for them.
It was. It was a really fantastic game nonetheless. And the thing is this, right? They did attempt it. They tried about it, but there's just so many rounds, so many corners. They had to be diligent about it. And not much into the playoff and the utility that sort of aid them to get entry into much of the sites, they're able to just literally narrow down where is the most likely attempted area they're going to be trying to engage on. And Bleed just read that. They played around that. And there was some situation where it really just came to individual skill play, like that Hasmo, for example. Like, how in the hell did you actually make that work in your favor? Your flash and block, you still get it.
I think what's really important to know is the fact that how the mid-round conditioning. I think this game is all about conditioning, and Bleed did that so well. Because if you see just now, where we saw Darren play on B main over and over again, and everyone rotated over, but it wasn't even, it was just him. And it's very rare that we see the smoker play so far away from the rest of the team. Usually that's going to be the sentinel. And this flexibility allows his teammates to really take up so much space. And every time they try to play from mid, the control, what they do is just they allow them to play all the way to vents, and they just capture Yakiniku in the middle of vents. Yakiniku tried to do the same, but because you don't take away the same playbook page that was written down by Bleed.
Yes, it's just literally each of these rounds that's being made by Bleed Esports is absolutely tailor-made. Like this one. Absolutely tailor-made. It was literally their round, their map, and their game here. What a way to win out the game here. 13-4 scoreline, and of course this first kills 10. Oh God.
I mean, it was either Scary or even Juicy for those first hits, if you think about it. And again, even if Juicy were to be taken out, look at how many times Crazy Guy has gotten so many kills. He got, revives at least twice per half. And immediately Juicy was revived. And Juicy doesn't even have to explode onto site immediately, because every time he did that, he was punished, and then there's a refrag coming through.
It was so crazy because there were just not as many entries that you would actually expect from the race itself. There were some success and there were some failures as well, but in the end, it just came down to just clearing certain conditioning to really get to the site. Clear out mid, get control, clear out the tower, then straight away get to the site. I'm like, how How smooth can that be?
I feel like for the side of Bleed, the utility usage was huge. Juicy got so many kills with his pain shells.
Oh, yeah.
Scary was spamming through smokes, and JH was getting aftershock kills. But it's going to be Darion for the MVP. Honestly, not surprised. He was so sharp with those flanks, with those map control using the smokes, and the communication on how exactly he uses not only the Nebula, but also the Cosmic Divide.
It also came out from his experience as a duelist player as well. Just totally understanding like what is going to be the interaction of the other teams, and he has been playing other roles, and also further understanding like what's the requirement, what's their role, what's the importance of that positioning, and then he just played off with that knowledge as well to amplify and elevate his team even further. So really great stuff coming from Darion. Like he's really a star player, something that Bleed should not let go anytime soon.
Yeah, and on top of that, I was surprised that we didn't see more of the combination utils, because it seemed that that was what was happening on Pearl most of the time. But for Split, it was more, I would feel like it's more individual play, is understanding how exactly to move with those utils.
Yes.
Because if not, we would see more combinations of the pain shells as well as the gravity well, but we didn't really see that. But for now, let's have a look at the standings.
And of course, this is literally the finalized standing. This is the last series that we have for the group stages. So these are the finalized one for among majority of the team. As you guys notice, only the top 6 will be going out to the playoffs to earn a little bit of grocery money for themselves. But if you notice as well, there are some teams who have really similar score lines here, which means that we will end up having to go through our simple tie-breaking session between some of the teams to decide who's going to be having the priority, who's going to be taking top 6 to go to the playoffs. Like for example, like why is Enigma Gaming on top over Bleed Esports in particular, despite having the same scoreline? It's mainly because of the fact that our first conditioning for head-to-head for our tie-breaking is going to be the head-to-head matchup, meaning during any of the series that they have during this round robin in the group stages, have they won against a game against each other? In particular, Enigma Gaming did win against Bleed Esports. Hence, despite having the same scoreline, Enigma did beat them, dictating they will be the highest priority when it comes to the playoffs, when it comes to the bracket placement. Now, for our bottom few, which we saw to be between the 6th placing and the 7th placing, also similar scorelines, they will also have to go through this very similar breakdown or tie-breaking breakdown decider. Only once they clear out all 4 conditions, or 5 conditions, if everything is still pretty much very equalized, then we might have actually another series. But the chances of that,
it's not a series anymore. They're gonna go outside and they're gonna fist fight.
Nah, I was thinking of scissors, paper, stone in that case, man. Fist fight, so vulgar, uncivilized. Real man, scissors, paper, stones.
All right, that's fine. But for now, that will be the end of our group stage.
Oh, man.
But honestly, I think that this series, this Split 1, puts such a high benchmark for all of the teams. We have seen from last year all the way till now how much these teams have grown, how much these teams have so much chemistry with each other, and how much they have learned. And I have to say that every year, Valorant gets more and more better for all these players. And perhaps we'll see more Singaporean, Malaysia teams all the way over in APAC, who knows?
And I hope also more international teams actually take an eye on our young talents here as well. Because like I said before many times, I can't stress this enough every time we have VCT. We have so many amazing talents, young talents, just literally needed the opportunity. Example, Zan didn't even get that opportunity at all until most recently as well. So many great teams like this and players, you do need to check them out and find them all.
Yep, but for now, that's the end of our group stages. We're going to see you for more Valorant very soon. Tashman and Yoli, we out, guys.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Spike down A. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Enemy down. Here. One enemy remaining. Okay, message. Attackers win.
Dead.
One enemy remaining. Nowhere to run. There they are. One enemy remaining. Clutch. One enemy. Enemy kill. remaining. Flawless. My ult's right. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
One less.
One enemy remaining.
Stay down. Enemy kill.
One enemy remaining. My ultimate.
But Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them's been. Oh my God!
Oh, that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it!
Kind of like see that, but oh my God, not again!
behind and retaliate still, but he has to call for
Thank you.